Hi everyone, welcome to our ELNET conference on the Abraham Accords in Europe, New Opportunities in a Changing World. ELNET is a non-profit organization dedicated to strengthening the relations between Israel and Europe based on our shared democratic values and strategic interests. We organize delegations, strategic dialogues, and policy conferences. And I take a minute to invite you all to our upcoming policy conference in Paris, which will be happening on the 8th to 10th of May next year. There you will be able to listen to various speakers from Europe and Israel and America. And we'll have about, let's say, 300-400 guests, so everyone is welcome to join us in Paris. I'm Pascaline Wagemans. I'm the director of ELNET's Forum of Strategic Dialogue, which organizes various strategic dialogues between key European countries, the EU, and recently has launched a new initiative, which is called the Europe-Middle East Forum, which is connecting various Abraham Accords countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Israel, and enables dialogues in a very informal, off-the-record platform. So today we are gathered here for this conference to celebrate 2 years of the Abraham Accords and to explore together with Europeans how we can embrace new opportunities which are unleashed by these accords. I have now the pleasure to welcome the chair of ELNET's Forum of Strategic Dialogue, Major General retired Amos Yadlin. He's also senior fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center, and he's former director of the INSS and former head of Israel's military intelligence. I would like to go straight to the main core of the topic, and I would like to ask you, Amos, what is really the strategic significance of the Abraham Accords? Why is it important to Europe? And I would also like to ask you your analysis of Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords. Welcome to the stage, Amos Yadlin.
Peace is important. We didn't have peace in the last 25 years. Peace with Jordan was the last. And then peace with Egypt was before 40 years. And the fact that Israel was able to have peace with 4 Arab countries, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan, is very important and very significant. And it have many dimensions. Diplomatic dimension, military and defense dimension, economic dimension, and maybe the most important is cultural dimension. Peace, again, is in the front of policy and strategy, and this is really very important. On the strategic level, for years, the Palestinians were the factors that shape the relation of the Israelis and the Arabs. What the Abraham Accord show us that the Palestinians are not anymore the most important shaper of the Israeli relation with the Arabs. It is the Iranians now that shape the relation of the Israelis and the Arabs. And it's the Iranians that brought us together, Israelis and Arabs that see Iran as a threat to their existence and to their way of life. And the second most important is that the veto was taken from the Palestinians on the normalization of Israel with the Arabs. Because even since the Arab Peace Initiative, in the early 2000s, the Arabs said we are willing to normalize with Israel, but we need to get Palestinian approval. And the fact that the Palestinians are seen now by the Arabs as those who, and there was a very high official in one of the Gulf states who basically quoted Abba Eban saying, the Palestinians haven't missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. We gave them billions of dollars. They are corrupt. They are divided to Gaza and PA. They cannot make peace with you, and this will not stop our relation with you. It is not that the Arabs become Zionists, not at all. They still support two-state solution, but they are not letting the Palestinians have the veto, and this is very, very important issue. Second, the Abrahamic Accord is showing is a different model of peace. The peace with Egypt and Jordan was a very cold peace. A peace between leaders, a peace between security apparatuses, but not peace between people. And what we see that the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco is now seeking is a warm peace, not a cold peace. Peace which are people to people, cooperation on joint ventures, cooperation on cultural issues, exchange of students, exchange of tourism, and in a way, this is a benchmark that we see even a small change now in Egypt and in Jordan that ask themselves why we haven't enjoyed the dividends of peace the way that the UAE is now enjoying. So we left also with the defense dimension of the of the accord. It is not that Israel and the UAE are going to be with Bahrain and Saudi Arabia in the Middle East NATO. We are not going to fight for the Saudis in Yemen, and they are not going to help us against Hezbollah. But we do share a concern from the Iranian attacks on all of us. The Iranian drones were attacking Saudi for the last couple of years. They attacked Abu Dhabi in January this year. They attacked Israel. And the idea of Middle East Air Defense Alliance is now happening because Israel has a lot to contribute, a very good intelligence, a very good early warning system, and a very good missile defense capabilities. And the fact that an Israeli Gulf cooperation will protect millions of Arabs that are under Iranian threat, I think is a huge strategic advantage for Israel. On all these dimensions, the significance of the Abrahamic Accord is huge. A warning, there are limits to the cooperation, and if the next government will not be careful on the Temple Mount, and as well as clashing with Palestinians, the Abraham Accord states may go backward. We already, these accords were tested in some exchange of military powers, military conflict with Gaza, but the Arabs have very good judgment. And when you communicate with them, they know who to blame. And the last two times, they blamed the Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. But this cannot go forever if Israel will make mistake. So this is a warning note. What is significant for Europe? I think Europe also went through a realignment of their strategic thinking, because Europe was in a way very liberal, very naive, thought that wars are gone and we only come with an olive branches for peace. And the Europeans have to rethink not only their own defense and energy policy, but also who is to blame that there is no way forward with the Palestinians. Maybe they have to look at the judgment of Abu Dhabi and Manama and Casablanca or Rabat. And I think the Europeans gave a very cold shoulder to the accord, but after 2 years, they are now understanding the potential there, and cooperation, trilateral cooperation, Europe, the Gulf, and Israel can go forward, and in a way, helping to move forward maybe the peace process that is so frozen, but once again, not let the Palestinians have veto on the process. What are the chances of the Saudis to join? This was the last question that Pascaline asked me to speak about. So I think the chances are very low, unfortunately. And it's not because of the new government. Netanyahu is very popular in Saudi Arabia because he is anti-Iranian. But there is three big obstacles to go forward. And to understand the obstacle, we have to understand that the Abrahamic Accord is not a bilateral agreement. It's a trilateral agreement. 3 sides, and each one of them gave the other side something. The Emiratis got F-35 and American support for other equipment. They gave normalization. Israel got normalization and gave the cancellation of annexation. And the Americans were, in a way, part of the process. When we look at the Saudis coming, the main obstacle is not in Jerusalem. The main obstacle is the relation between the Saudis and the Americans. Because the Saudis are very unpopular these days in the democratic administration because of the very cold reception for President Biden compared to the warm reception for Xi, and the fact that the Saudis, aligned with the Russians, cut the production of oil instead of increasing it. And the Saudis want from the American the skies, a defense contract, a nuclear civilian program, F-35. I don't see the Biden administration giving it to the Saudis. And the Saudis want from Jerusalem more than cancelling of annexation. This already happened. They want a two-state solution speech, maybe Bar-Ilan 2.0. They want the Arab Peace Initiative to be the North Star for a peace process. And when we look at the new government, Israel cannot submit that. So before the old guard in Riyadh, the king that belonged to those who think that still the Palestinians has veto, and before there will be another president in the United States, and before Israel will have another government, not this government from last week, but another one, I don't see the 3 countries reaching Abrahamic Accord 2.0, but I hope I'm wrong. Thank you very much.
I would like now to introduce our next speaker, Ardea Ahmed Al-Sayed, co-founder of Bahrain Human Rights Watch and former president of the Bahrain Journalists Association. She will be joining via Zoom, which she will be appearing anytime now. And my question to her is as follows. How are the Abraham Accords viewed in the Arab world, including in Bahrain? And what are the main obstacles or challenges in your country? We can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah. First of all, a million thanks, Pascaline, for the introduction, and such a pleasure to be with in this event with Elnet. I'd like to speak about a few things, how it was received when it was signed and how it has changed today. When it was first signed, there was resilience in the society. Today, after 2 years of the relations, after 3 official visits by Israeli officials, including Benny Gantz and Bennett and President Herzog, things have changed. People have started seeing that the relations is bigger than they expected it to be. The things that we benefited from the Abraham Accords is a lot. First of all, now, as a sovereign nation, we have the right to directly communicate with Israel. As much as we say that Israel's isolation in the Middle East ended, so did us being isolated from having direct discussions with Israel regarding issues in our region and in the world. Many segments in the Bahrain society have not yet accepted the Abraham Accords. And let's not forget that these are segments that have had loyalty towards the Iranian regime and still do have loyalty towards the Iranian regime. And the biggest example is that when they go on demonstrations rejecting the opening of the, let's say, embassy, the Israeli embassy in Bahrain, they do not carry the Palestinian flag, yet they carry the pictures of the former Ayatollah regime in Bahrain. So this says that this is all about Iran. It has nothing to do with the Palestinian issue. And I as a matter of fact, believe that there is no two-state solution when there is Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran funding its proxies in the region. How can you have a two-state solution when Hamas is continuing to target Israel's stability and security, and Hamas is tag teaming with the Iranian regime against Gulf countries, when Hezbollah itself is being funded by the Iranian regime, and then the Houthis are continuing to be aggressive towards Saudi and Abu Dhabi. So the two-state solution is a wishful thinking. I don't see it anytime soon, but I also see the importance of having relations with Israel, not just because Iran is a common threat to us. Iran has been a common threat to us since 1979, but because we also have issues that we need to address. The world is changing. We are facing food security issues, climate change. There are technologies where the world needs to exchange with each other. You do not have an economy if you don't have stability and security. So stability, security, and then economic growth, and then everything else comes. Another issue I'd like to bring up, if I have time, is how Europe can be supportive. I experienced it myself. When the Abraham Accords were signed and people who were pro-Abraham Accords were on European television, they were criticized and we were attacked, and our opinions were disregarded as if something wrong was going on. But Europe can play a very important role. Most of the negative messages that we get triggering people here to be against the Abraham Accords come from people in Europe, come from members of, let's say, Bahraini opposition who reside in Europe. So much of hate language that is used on social media platforms, triggering people in Bahrain to go out on the streets. We need legislations against anti-Semitism. And if Europe takes that step, it is not just protecting us, it is also protecting itself. Let's not forget that in Europe itself, there have been so many terrorist attacks. Do Europeans believe that we as people in the Muslim world would like to see people in a cafe or a coffee shop in Europe being attacked because of extremism and terrorism and such ideologies? We do not want that to happen. And there is a word that was said now, that Europe has been a little bit naive. Under the umbrella of protecting human rights, Europe is forgetting that there is a violation of its own people's right when people in Europe refuse to go to schools, and they call these schools places that teach their children things against their religion. They call them infidels. How can you move to a country and then call them infidels and accept that your children get their education from Hamas and Hezbollah television programs? So we need to work together with Europe, Abraham Accord countries, Israel and Europe, because this is in the interest of all of us. Now, let's not forget that Bahrain also, there are political societies that have a history of being communist societies. So you have the communist background, you have the Iranian loyalty background, and you have the Muslim Brotherhood background that have refused these Abraham Accords. But guess what? We are moving on. where we are today is not where we were 2 years ago. Today, the society has accepted the Abraham Accords. Today, the society is realizing and analyzing that if you want the interest and the safety and security of your country, you have to support these accords. And honestly speaking, you cannot live in a world where a country has been recognized since 1948 by the United Nations and continue to disregard it and not recognize it. And do not just not recognize it. It's a country that has built itself very well. And I believe Israel's main asset is its people. I've been to Israel and I have seen the achievements of the Israelis, and I'm very respectful of that. And I'm proud that my country has relations with Israel, because I know that together we will move forward and we will resolve any issues in the Middle East that we have.
Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Bahrain. Our next speaker is Ambassador Jeremy Issacharow. He was until recently ambassador of Israel in Germany. He finished a long career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Among others, he was Vice Director General and head of the Multilateral Affairs Directorate in the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and which is relevant to today. I wanted to mention also he was involved in the first contacts with the UAE in 1994 and has been working behind the scenes and now and recently in front of the scenes with the UAE and other Arab countries, and maintaining those contacts, of course, in Germany as well in his last position. Ambassador Issacharow, the floor is yours. And my question to you, I'm sorry. My question to you is as follows. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has brought about Zeitenwende in Germany. The famous term Zeitenwende, it means a changing of the times, a big change. How can the Abraham Accords contribute to German needs in the fields of energy and food security? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and it's always a pleasure for me to be engaged in the ELNET discussions, and particularly when it's to do with the Abraham Accords. As Pascaline mentioned, I was involved in some of the first contacts in 1994, so we're talking about a dialogue that wasn't just kind of put together as a tactical opportunity in 2020, but something that had developed almost over 3 decades between us and the Gulf countries, some of them, not all of them, but particularly also with the UAE. And for me, it's a very rare privilege to be able to look at this picture here of the signing ceremony in Washington, and one of the back of the heads here is mine. I'm not sure which one, but it was a very rare opportunity to be, as you say, present at this planting of the seed and watching the result of it. I have been asked by Pascaline to dwell on the issue of Germany and the Abraham Accords, and I want to say one thing at the outset. When we came back from Washington, it took me exactly 2 minutes to persuade the Germans to receive the UAE ambassador and myself to present the accords to the foreign minister. And this was, let's not forget, in the middle of the COVID pandemic, where there were no meetings in the foreign ministry, there were hardly any sort of like social, regular diplomatic intercourse. We met on the roof. It was kind of cold, but of the ministry, and had presented the accords to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And it took us, again, another very few minutes to suggest, well, what would this meeting be like if the foreign ministers of Israel and the UAE were here? And in a very short period of time, an invitation went out to Gabi Ashkenazi, the then foreign minister, and also Sheikh Abdallah, the foreign minister of the UAE. And it was a very important event for Germany. And I think it's really important here, because one of the things that Amos said is that Germany, and I'm not talking about the EU, I'm talking about Germany in particular, which we have an incredibly close, strong strategic partnership with, has always at the outset been very supportive of this process. And again, don't forget the period in which we're talking, at the time of COVID, where there was virtually no good news whatsoever, and all of a sudden the Middle East emerges with this idea of yielding a broader normalization process in the area. And for Germany, that's very much their key national and strategic interests overall. And it was something that they welcomed, something that they supported, and I think that will receive even more importance in these days. Now, as was mentioned, the situation in Europe has changed dramatically. German notions of national security have been affected very dramatically by the resurgence of Russia, the invasion of Ukraine, which is in many ways considered to be the backyard of Germany, and you can feel it very much in German society of the imminence of this type of threat, how it's affecting notions of German perceptions that the Soviet Union had collapsed. It was the end of the Cold War. Budgets, military budgets went down dramatically. Military capabilities were downgraded. And so this was, more than, as you said, a Zeitenwende in terms of it was a very, very rude awakening that made Germany look and watch what is happening also not only in the European continent, which concerned her, but also in other areas as well, which were vital for her. And I think that another factor which has happened in recent weeks, the fact that Iran supplied drones and probably maybe other capabilities to the Russians, also heightened very dramatically the perception of the Iranian threat in German eyes. And also, I would be amiss not to mention this. There are the demonstrations and the riots in Iran have also, I think, created not only a change in Germany about how Germany sees Iran, but it's created also, I think, a very strong and broader perception in Europe of the human rights issue. And I think it was on the 12th of December, the European Union passed resolutions against and sanctions against Iranian persons and bodies. So they are realizing that even if there is a dramatic crisis in Europe facing the Russians, they also have to deal with the Middle East dimension of it. And I think from that point of view, the Abraham Accords provides a very positive dimension for them to be able to support the normalization process. And it's interesting that in some quarters, people prefer not to relate to it as the Abraham Accords, but rather as the normalization process. And I think it's important that both sentiments, I think, are really crucial. But again, I think Germany can be a major partner. One of the things that the war in Russia and Ukraine has shown is a dramatic energy problem for Germany. Recently, the Vice Chancellor of Germany, Robert Habeck, was in Israel about maybe a month or two ago. And one of the things that he was looking at was the potential of supply of Israeli gas from the Eastern Med. And also, one of the things that was coming and emerging at the time, which was subsequently signed in Sharm el-Sheikh, was the agreement between UAE, Jordan and Israel to build a facility to produce solar energy in Jordan. Israel receives electricity, Israel supplies water. It's a win-win situation. And I think taking this and joining it with food tech, other issues in terms of renewable energy, not only the production of renewable energy, but also the storage of renewable energy, food tech, food production, food security, all of these areas of innovation, and also in the vital area we should not forget, even though we may be after, to a certain extent, the pandemic, health cooperation. And there's a tremendous, I think, Weizmann Institute is already involved in cooperation in the Gulf. And I think the potential here is immense. And it's an immense potential, not just for Israel, but also for countries like Germany that have every interest in strengthening this process and making this, I think, and it's interesting that it's not just the Abraham Accords, and on this I'll end. It's in recent years, I think, all the problems we're facing in the Middle East, we're sharing not only with the Gulf countries, but also to a great extent with Jordan and with Egypt. And while, some would say that our peace with Egypt and Jordan is not as warm as our relationship already evolving with the Gulf states, I still think it's a very strong strategic asset that Israel has and the region has as a whole. And I think there's a tremendous potential, and the fact that they signed the MOU agreement between UAE, Jordan and Israel in Sharm el-Sheikh also shows that the Egyptians are invested in this process as well, in the Abraham Accords process, which I think is really important. It's also important that this process touches the Maghreb, and is important in terms of Morocco, in which there's evolving security cooperation with it, and also with the Eastern Med. The triangular relationships with Greece and Cyprus, Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, and I think all of these, when we look, I can give you a really depressing lecture about the Middle East. But I think there are times when we need to look and see where are the positive structural changes, and maybe there is a new regional narrative here that can be developed. And I am absolutely sure, to tie it into the question, that at the end of the day, that regional narrative could be a vital part of our strategic partnership with countries like Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ambassador Daniel Meron. He's a Deputy Director General for Europe at the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now you're working directly with Europe. How, in your experience, has there been any change in the perceptions among Europeans regarding the Abraham Accords? And how is the Israeli government promoting the Accords and promoting more European involvement?
Thank you very much, Pascaline, and thank you, Elnat, for inviting me, and thank you especially for convening this very timely discussion about such an important issue. I think we just heard Ambassador Zakharov speak about Germany and the Abraham Accords, and you described presenting the issue before the minister with the UAE ambassador there. It took some time in much of Europe till I think there was a realization about that there's something dramatic happening. And this is really a game changer, the Abraham Accords. And it took some time and until statements came out in Brussels congratulating the sides for this agreement and being interested in taking part in the new formation of the Abraham Accords. I will say that the person that really stood out was the Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement in the EU, Varhelyi, the Hungarian Commissioner, who really from the beginning was very positive in his reaction to the Abraham Accords, and he said that we in Europe should learn to speak the language and seize the new opportunities that come out of this new connections between Israel and the countries of the Abraham Accords. And following his words, he also is a man of action, and he also put money from the EU to support cooperation between the different sides and Europe. And we see slowly but surely more and more interest within Europe to such cooperation. We see it by the countries and also by the EU. In Germany, you just came from Germany recently, Jeremy, and you know that there was a growing interest in Germany, and now I can say that the embassy, your embassy in Germany, presented to the Bundestag together with the UAE ambassador the Abraham Accords and the opportunities that derive from these accords. There is interest to work together with the different countries. There's a project now with youth delegations that the German government is behind, with some of the Arab countries mentioned, and Israel, and it's not only in Germany. In the Netherlands, there will be in a few weeks a special conference with the countries from the Abraham Accords dealing with water, and how Israel and the Abraham Accord countries can bring a message of how to solve water problems in the region and beyond that. But not only in Germany and in the Netherlands, but in many other countries. Just as a very symbolic act, just now with the Mondial In London, the ambassadors of the 4 countries, Morocco, UAE, and Bahrain, and Israel, got together, and their embassies played a soccer tournament, football or soccer tournament. I'm ashamed to say that Israel lost, but the 4 ambassadors stood together in a very nice photograph at the height of the Mondial to show that they are playing together. This is a nice message. In February, in 2 months, they will be in the European Parliament, and this is a very important thing happening under the leadership of the President of the European Parliament, Metsola. There will be the inauguration or the launching of the Abraham Accords Network. So you see more and more interest in Europe. A lot of countries in Latvia, in Hungary, in Italy, in Denmark, a lot of actions, some of them that the ambassadors themselves initiated, some of them from the governments. I will say that there is also, we are hearing from high officials that come here in Europe, or we meet in Europe, a lot of interest and questions about how can they be more involved. This is something that we didn't hear a year and a half ago. How can we be involved? I mean, one way to be involved is with the Negev Forum, the child of the Abraham Accords that is now being developed. The Abraham Accords, following the Abraham Accords, we have the Negev Forum, where the countries, together with the United States and Egypt, are working together in different fields of environment, health, and other fields. There's 6 fields, 6 working groups, which will convene very soon. And this forum, the Negev Forum, is open for European initiatives. The European countries, the European Union can come and initiate programs that will be led by the Europeans if they want, and they can be involved in the Negev Forum. We have a lot of questions about how Europe can be involved with this new forum, and I think that is a good opportunity. It's going to be relevant in the next coming months when we really take off with the Negev Forum. The working groups need to convene very soon, and then following that, I think there will be a lot to talk about with Europe about this. Something interesting that I heard recently from a high official from Europe, and that is that they understand, my interlocutors on the matter said to me, we understand that this is real, this is serious, the new environment, the new atmosphere that this is bringing. Not because you are telling it to us, it's because we're hearing it from the Arab world. We're hearing it from UAE, from Bahrain, from Morocco, but from other countries also. So this has a ripple effect, and I think it was mentioned before that the Abraham Accords has a ripple effect on the Middle East in general and on the normalization of Israel and the Arab world in particular. And I think that we will see it expanding, and hopefully Europe will be able to be more than just an outside viewer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Meron. We are now moving to the first panel, which is going to look into security intelligence cooperation. I'll invite our moderator, Gili Cohen, to take a seat. Welcome, and
hi everyone.
Please take it away.
So hi everyone. Most of our panelists are in Zoom, so we'll try to manage this. First of all, I would like to say that our panel should discuss the security and intelligence cooperation, which is something that as far as I know, was under the radar for years before the establishment of the Abraham Accords. And perhaps the purpose of the Abraham Accords was the outing of the connections between the countries that were under very informative and very efficient contacts even before, and now we can talk about it on record. So first introduce all of our panelists. Most of them are via Zoom, and we'll see them in a sec. It's Mohammed Baharoun, the Director General of the Dubai Public Policy Research Center. Amos Arel is the Senior Defense Analyst from Haaretz. Ksania Svetlova, Senior Research Fellow at the Atlantic Council and a former member of the Knesset. Professor Abdelhak Basso, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. General Dominique Trinquois, former head of the French military mission to the UN. Dr. Bruno Tretres, Deputy Director of the Foundation for Strategic Research. Michael Freilich, Belgian MP, and Orna Mizrahi, whom the Senior Research Fellow from the Institute for National Security Studies, former deputy of the NSC. So welcome all of you, and thank you for joining us via Zoom. Is Ksania here? Okay, she will be here in a sec. So we'll start with one of our panelists, Mohammed Bakharoun. You'll be our first speaker. And I would like to ask you regarding the JCPOA and the fact that according to officials is now considered as dead. And I wonder, are we still online? Okay. And I wonder how does it impact the future cooperation under the Abraham Accords? Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I mean, my cam is on, but it seems to have been stopped from your side. But that shouldn't stop me from talking. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. Your question is, JCPOA is dead, is an actual, it is an idea, but it's not officially not dead. And that means that Iran can actually continue to use it as some sort of a Pavlov experiment every now and then when they need it tactically. They could say the word JCPOA and we'll definitely see some people drooling somewhere. But unfortunately, until now, it has not achieved any of its objectives. And unfortunately, it actually added more challenges to the security scene in the region. Now, Iran, unlike what His Excellency Amos Yadlin said, is not what really gels this group or the group of countries within the Abrahamic Accord. In my view, it's actually the future that is the gelling factor. Now, the challenges of security has transcended Iran at this point to a chain reaction that Iran itself has started, from the proliferation of drones to the missile technologies across the region. Now, this might have started with Iran, but it's definitely not going to stop with Iran. And we'll see this very soon moving out, panning out across from our region to Africa. And I think the real danger would be the unsettling and the lack of stability in that region because of that type of threat. You can teach someone to put up a drone and use it to attack, but you won't have control of that person and whoever else is going to pass it through. So this is a new type of challenges that will go across the region and will require a lot of cooperation and attention. But there's also other type of issues that are of security nature, but much bigger than Iran. And I think the type of cooperation we're seeing right now between the members of the Abrahamic Accord are on issues like energy security, on food security, on human security, including radicalization. And these are going much, much bigger than what the threat from Iran is coming. As far as the EU is concerned, and allow me to make that final point, in my own judgment, the EU has not been serious enough about the security of the region. And I don't mean serious in intention. I think the intention has always been there. I'm talking about actions and policy. To a great extent, the EU has been following the lead of the US, whether that is right or wrong. But we've seen, for instance, during the Yemen war, there was a huge demonization of the Arab alliances that fought the war. But after that, when it was quite clear that the Houthis were the one who does not want peace, we haven't seen much of an EU action. Very recently, President Ursula von der Leyen in Manama Dialogue said that now we understand the Iranian threat to the region. But that has not been backed by any type of policy or action to show that this is beyond concern. This has actually, there is a contribution from Europe on the security of the region. I'll stop there and I'll come back to some of those points later on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baharoun, for your remarks, and I assume that we'll get into and dive into other Iranian issues and threats to the region. But I would like to move and switch to Amos Harel, the senior defense analyst from Haaretz, and ask you, it is common to say that without the green light from the Saudis, none of this will happen. And I wonder, do you believe that the Saudi Arabia is likely to join the Abraham Accords, and what steps needs to be taken in order to make this happen?
Hi, Gilly, and thank you for the invitation. Regarding Saudi Arabia, it seems to be the top priority for Benjamin Netanyahu once he comes back into office. My view is that he desperately needs foreign policy achievement during his first year under the new government. This would help him overshadow both the domestic issues in Israel and also the criticism, quite strong criticism in which this approaching government is already accepted by the West. The question, of course, is, are the Saudis as interested as Israel in reaching some kind of normalization agreement? People who recently visited Saudi Arabia and talked to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman are not sure that he's as interested as Netanyahu is, and that I'm not definitely sure that this is the top priority issue for the Saudis. If indeed Riyadh decides to go for it, I think their demands would not be would not necessarily concern Israel directly, but will have to do mostly with the Americans and would not focus on the Palestinian issue as well. So there were quite a few indirect contacts with the US administration in recent months, and bin Salman noted a number of requests. I'd note 3 of them, which are the most significant. One is a public tightening of ties with the US, backed up by some kind of positive declaration by Congress. The second is equalizing Saudi status in purchasing American weapons to that of NATO members. And the third would be an American agreement to civilian nuclear projects in Saudi Arabia, taking advantage of that country's large uranium reserves. Now, 2 of these matters raise major difficulties. Removing restrictions on weapons would allow Saudi Arabia to purchase, among other things, the F-35 fighter planes. And we all remember how much trouble the Trump administration got into when it discussed selling the same fighter planes to the UAE in exchange for signing the Abraham Accords. And civilian nuclear project in Saudi Arabia, although it's civilian, it will probably affect some kind of a nuclear arm race in the Middle East. So this could be problematic as well. Will any of these things happen? I think more than anything else, this depends on the Biden administration's willingness to discuss those issues. And I think the final answer would have to do with whether it would be important to Biden as it was important to President Trump to reach the Abraham Accords. Without intensive American involvement, this would not happen, in my view.
Thank you, Amos. You've mentioned Netanyahu's need, perhaps a political need, to have a progress regarding their normalization with the Saudis, and whether it happened or not without the Biden administration support. And I would like to follow up on this with you, Ksania. Ksania Svetlova, Director of Israel Middle East Program at Mitvim and Senior Research Fellow at the Atlantic Council, a former member of the Israeli Knesset. Hello. And I would like to ask you regarding the challenges that the new upcoming Israeli government face to preserve for sure the Abraham Accords with the new government, but also the relations with Jordan, with Egypt. Countries that have peace with Israel for years and perhaps have been neglected due to the Abraham Accords.
Well, first of all, let me start with your last sentence. From what I feel and from what we noticed during the last year and a half, actually, the relations with specifically Jordan, but also with Egypt, experience a form of a renaissance. And it's really hard to miss it, specifically on the economic terms. All of the pacts and all of the agreements that were signed recently between Israel and Jordan and Israel and Egypt, well, we can assume that they might, develop individually, regardless of the Abraham Accords. But it's also safe to make an assumption that it was Abraham Accords that also, pushed them or, created the positive atmosphere. Basically, it's the only bright spot in our region, when we look all around, from Syria to Libya to Iraq to Iran, so it's basically, I think that the dynamics, it's interconnected. And therefore, what will happen with both the better relations that we experience now with these countries and the Abraham Accords themselves, meaning the Gulf countries and as well as Morocco, if, for example, there will be some deterioration specifically in Jerusalem. I'm talking about Jerusalem because this is, of course, the focal point for the Jordanians. There is no doubt about that. And we saw that their, reaction to whatever happens in Al-Aqsa Mosque, it was very, very extreme. Something that I think the current government of Lapid, because he's still the prime minister, did not expect when it happened in spring and in summer of this year. And certainly any new government will experience, this backlash. In the end of the day, I think that everybody right now in their world kind of in a waiting mood. They are waiting to see what happens. They know that the formation of Israel, of government in Israel, it's not an easy thing. And therefore, I think that many actors here prefer to wait and see. But I assure you, that this waiting mood does not provide any, insurance guarantee against some backlash, specifically from Jordan. I will start from there, going into perhaps more, severe reaction from Morocco. And the Gulf perhaps would be the last, but not the least, because we saw already during the last military operation in Gaza, it was the UAE that was first to go to the Security Council of the UN and demand a special hearing about the situation in Gaza Strip. So people are watching. Everybody is very tense. They're not showing it today. There is a will, there is a goodwill, and there is an attempt to basically right now project, this mood of things as usual. Things might not be as usual if some pieces of this mosaic will fall. And I assure you again, it will not be Gaza or even the West Bank itself, it will be the Jerusalem, the most volatile and the most dangerous point perhaps in all of these relations.
I'll just mention that we're collecting questions from the audience and from our Zoom viewers afterwards. So if you have questions, keep it in your mind before we continue. Another quick question, Ksania, regarding the strategic relations with Jordan and Egypt. It was a certain claim that was heard that they were based too much on security, too much on intelligence, and not on people to people. And the Abraham Accords appears to be differently. Is it really like this?
Well, as nothing is black and white ever in our life, and here, certainly here in the Middle East, I can tell you that whereas the development of the Abraham Accords, certainly it's moving in a different trajectory from that of Egypt and also perhaps also from that in Jordan. There was this, period of honeymoon in the 90s, but it was so long ago that some of us, don't even remember the 90s. I refer to you younger people here in the audience. Right now, I think that there is expansion of these relations also in these two countries to economy. This is happening due to necessity, not due to the sudden realization that they need to develop relations with Israel because it's good regionally or it's because good for the bilateral relations. The economic necessity drives, this cooperation with Jordan and Egypt, and yes, still it's extremely unpopular in both of these countries. We are looking at the Abraham Accords, state today? Well, I think it's wise to look at the data that was provided by the Washington Institute for Near East Studies this summer. And it clearly shows, it indicates that there is disappointment among specifically the young people in Abraham Accords, that perhaps they were connecting between the state of Israeli-Palestinian affairs to Abraham Accords. We gave you peace, now you feel more secure. Why can't you do anything on the Palestinian track? We see it in Morocco, we see it also in Bahrain, we see it in UAE as well. These voices are usually they're very quiet. They are not the voices that you would, except for the few political commentators, like Abdallah Abdel Khalq is one of them, and he basically said the next day after the Israeli elections, listen, perhaps we have to turn this around because we will be stuck with this government, and God forbids what it is. I would say that even we are looking back to 1981, before the war in Lebanon. I'm taking you specifically back to that because this was a few years of this blooming of Israeli-Egyptian relations, not at the same scale, nothing that we experienced in UAE, Bahrain, but still, this was modest beginnings. These beginnings were carved completely after the beginning of the war in Lebanon. There is a correlation. So if, God forbid, we will experience another war, another intifada, another violent outbreak in Jerusalem, yes, I believe that there will be also consequences also for the rest of it. And while we're enjoying going to Dubai, but not really meeting Emiratis there. For the most part, the average Israeli goes there and enjoys the welcome and the fantastic hospitality. But I mean, the encounter with the Arab world happened right now in Qatar. I mean, this was very to our face, demonstration of the pro-Palestinian attitudes. There were many elements there. I will not dwell specifically on Qatar. I will just say that we started from a much brighter spot with Abraham Accord state than we did with Egypt and Jordan. It's important to do everything that we can to not only keep it on this level, but to continue to develop it, to make these accords deeper and wider. While, the tendency right now, at least when we are looking at the public opinion polls, it's vice versa.
Thank you, Ksania. And the headline of this conference is the new opportunities in a changing world. And one of the changes that occurs nowadays is the new alliance, or perhaps not new alliance, between Iran and Russia. And I would like to refer a question regarding this to Professor Abdelhak Basso. He is the senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. And I wonder, Professor Basso, can the Abraham Accords help Europe fight jihadism in the Sahel, where Iran and Russia join hands together and have been increasingly engaged nowadays?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I think the question is important because it touches on two aspects. Fighting terrorism and also stopping the Irano-Russian penetration in Africa and mainly in the Sahel. Those topics concern both the signatory countries of the Abraham Accord, the countries of the Sahel, those of sub-Saharan Africa, and Europeans. Now, when it comes to fighting terrorism, I think that the countries of the Abraham Accords and Europe are already engaged in this fight, but each for his part. What would be missing, I think, is to create synergy between the action of those different actors. When you saw in the field, Europe, mainly through France, is already engaged in the military field. Morocco is committed to the Sahel through the training of imams in the region and the programs to fight against religious extremism that it disseminates. In terms of development and humanitarian aid, the United Arab Emirates are a very active player which invests in this region to stem political Islam. Israel assists Chad and develops relations with it that constitutes a framework to assist it in its fight against terrorism. All these actions only need more synergy to be fully successful. Now, when it comes to the penetration of Russia and Iran into sub-Saharan Africa, and especially into the Sahel, I, I think we must keep in mind that this penetration has for peace in the region the same devastating effects as terrorism. The Russo-Iranian coalition, which has proven itself in Syria and which is now confirmed in Ukraine, is in the process for extending its tentacles in Africa. I would be more interested in Iran, because if we want to weaken Russia in Africa, we have to neutralize Iran. Iran's penetration into different parts of the world relies on Shia communities. Such communities are well established.
Professor Abdul Haq, I will just stop you for a second and say to the audience, there is also a screen in your back if you want to switch until the TV will work again. Professor Abdul Haq, thank you, and you can continue.
I can continue now?
Yes, for sure.
I said that I would be more interested in Iran, because if we want to weaken Russia in Africa, we have to neutralize Iran. Iran's penetration into different parts of the world relies on Shia communities, and such communities are well established in West Africa, and they exist as minorities in the Sahel. To fight the penetration, we have to stop the expenditure of Shiite movement. The Muslim countries of the Abraham Accords, and mainly the United Arab Emirates and Morocco, are both Sunni and influential in this region. Their influence, if coordinated, can weaken the Shiite movement and so deprive Iran of the platform that can help its penetration into sub-Saharan Africa and the Sahel. Something else we are witnessing in the region are the links that Algeria is forging between the Polisario, an Algerian proxy, and Hezbollah, an Iranian proxy, and those links serve to build a launching pad for Shiism in the region. This pad will serve not only to harass Morocco, but to combat the European presence in the area. And I think that Morocco's action to expand moderate Islam in this area may also serve to halt attempted Shiite advances. The development action of the United Arab Emirates in this region immunizes the states of this zone against attempts to succumb to Iranian proposal. To conclude,
Thank you, Professor Bassam.
here too, yes.
Do you want to comment?
I will stop here. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. We will stay in the region, in the African region, and I would like to refer another question regarding the cooperation between the Abraham Accords countries to General Dominique Trincade. He is the former head of the French military mission to the UN. And I wonder, General, can the partnerships between the Abraham Accords countries, can they or are they helping France to counter threats such as radical Islam and the Wagner group in the sub-Saharan Africa? And how do you describe those partnerships in the region right now?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. I say that fighting Islamic ideology in Sahel means two types of action, an ideological action and a defense and development action. On the first thing, we can't do that without Muslim country. I mean, we have to have the help of Muslim country in order to fight the radical Islamic point of view. In that point of view, on both sides of the Sahel, we've got Morocco, which is much more helping us on that, and Sudan on the other side. But also the Gulf country, mainly AU, are very important, not only because of ideology, but on the second terms. That means that in the help providing equipment, money for this country, which have to fight against the mainly Islamic State, in fact, which last week show how powerful it was in Mali. And we've got to fight mainly this Islamic groups. When we're talking about Wagner, which was part of the question, the Russian force inside Sahel, my proposal is that in a few months or weeks, we'll see that they are useless in this country. They are not able to fight against the Islamist movements, and so they will be discredited in a few weeks to come. So my point is that the Abraham Accord is very important in the way that it joined the people in the Gulf, in Africa, mainly in Morocco and Sudan, and this gives us a strong coalitions against the Islamic states and the Islamic radical movement. How France will look at that, I think we've got to be very pragmatic, and everything which is done in order to help fighting the jihadists and help the development of the Sahel is of major importance. And that's why I think, of course, France will take into account all the proposals from the European Union. As you know, we are very anxious about the fact that European Union should have a common point of view on that. But doesn't mean that we can't have bilateral relation like we've got with Morocco, for example, and with the Emirates in the Gulf. Very, very good relation because we know that they are helping us in the fight in the Sahel. Even if this fight has changed drastically since the withdrawal of the French forces from Mali. But we've got strong allies with Niger, for example, with Chad also, which is helped, as it was said, by Israel too. And we need to be very careful about Burkina Faso. If the Islamic State is taking power in Mali, all this country will be on the front line. And that's will need the help of all the country, including all the country which are involved in the Abraham Accord. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. I would like to say that regarding the Abraham Accords, I think it was one of the biggest developments in the diplomatic dimension, perhaps for decades. But there is also a progress of the last year of 2022, and it's the Israel and Lebanon agreement regarding the territorial waters. And I would like to ask Orna Mizrahi, who is the Senior Research Fellow at the INSS, the Institute for National Security Studies, and the former Deputy National Security Advisor for Foreign Policy at the Israel National Security Council. Hi, Orna, and I would like to ask you regarding this, is the Israel-Lebanon deal on the territorial waters is an indication that Hezbollah's grip is weakening and that there is a chance for more pragmatic Lebanese leadership that might emerge?
Okay, hello everybody, and thank you for having me. Well, I'll start by claiming the obvious that the agreement between Israel and Lebanon is not the same like the Abraham Accords. It's not a peace agreement. It's not a normalization at all. It's something else. It indicates some kind of a change, maybe in the future for the relations of both countries, for Israel and Lebanon, but it's not like the Abraham Accords. Now, maybe the atmosphere that was created by the Abraham Accords contributed to the decision of the Lebanese to go forward with the agreement. I'm not sure about that. I think that what made the Lebanese leadership decision to go forward with the agreement was the deep and awful, terrible crisis, economic crisis that Lebanon is suffering from in the last 3 years. And for sure, Hezbollah was behind the decision because Hezbollah is very dominant and prominent in the decision-making process in Lebanon. For sure, Hezbollah was behind it. Hezbollah agreed to go ahead with the agreement because Hezbollah is also influenced by the crisis, the deep crisis that Lebanon is suffering from. The organization is influenced by it, and I think that we see lately that he is under pressure from inside, and this is something that we have to look at it and to understand it well, to understand the trend that we are seeing here, I mean the pressure that he is under is from the Lebanese people that nowadays point finger at Hezbollah as one of the reasons for the awful situation that they are suffering from. And there is more widespread criticism against Hezbollah. And the challenges that Hezbollah has lately in the political system in Lebanon can be seen by the fact that since the last parliamentary election in May, Hezbollah cannot force its will for the formation of a government as he would like it to be. And we don't have, we have taken government since May, and Hezbollah hasn't succeeded in forming with his colleagues in the Lebanese system the government that he would like to have. And it goes also about the president. We don't have a president in Lebanon since the end of October, since Michel Aoun ended its term, and Hezbollah doesn't succeed in imposing the candidates that he would like to be the president. So we see Hezbollah has some problems inside Lebanon, challenges, I would say, but still, we have to understand that he's still a very prominent and influential force in Lebanon. Most of it because of the weapons that he possessed. Now, if I have to conclude and say something about what the Western world, we are here with in Elnet talking about the Western countries' role, the European community, I must say that I think that there is a very important role to the Western countries to try to have some work plan of how to strengthen the new voices. They are calling for change in Lebanon. They are quite weak nowadays. And the opponents of Hezbollah in the Lebanese system to weaken Lebanon and its to weaken Hezbollah and its influence, of course. And the second thing is to try to help the Lebanese states that it wouldn't fall into the hands of Iran, Hezbollah, and the Shiite axis as well. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ona. I'll just say that the fact that also the American administration and Hezbollah and the Lebanese needed to highlight the fact that this is not a normalization steps and they are not going to normalize their relations with Israel. Even saying that and the fact that Israel and Lebanese are enemy countries to each other means something and perhaps means the progress that the Abraham Accords have achieved to the diplomatic relations of Israel and other countries. One of the factors, the impressive factors to the agreement between Lebanon and Israel is France, not only the US. And I would like to refer a question to Dr. Bruno Tertris. He is the Deputy Director of the Foundation for Strategic Research. Hello, Doctor. And following the President Macron's visit to the US in the last weeks, did France leave the AUKUS, the Australia, UK, and US Defense Pact behind and reconsiders the US as a partner, including in the Middle East and Africa? And another question, if I may, how can and will Europe, Israel, and the Arab world will cooperate in managing the next steps of the Iranian nuclear crisis? Thank you.
Yes, hello and thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleased to be here. The short answer to your first question is that very clearly we're not going to leave the Middle East and Africa, and that the US was and remains a partner. AUKUS was a long time ago already. Clearly, the war in Ukraine implies that our priority number one for the month and probably years to come is going to be ensuring that we can participate in reassuring our partners and deterring further Russian aggression, not only military aggression, by the way, on Europe. However, as the latest French Defense Review makes it very clear, it was issued in November, we're not leaving the Indo-Pacific and we're not leaving the Middle East and Africa. We're not leaving these parts of the world because we can't afford it. It's as simple as that. With Australia, we're rebuilding our bilateral relation. We don't want to take sides at this point between the US and China. We want to not to balance one against the other, or at least not to be embroiled directly in a US-China dispute. But we have many interests, starting with our overseas territories in the region. We want to act in favor of defending freedom of navigation. So for all these reasons, we're very much staying in the Indo-Pacific. We're not leaving the Middle East and Africa either, simply because this is just too close to home. We can't afford it. Regarding the Middle East, well, we have 3 bilateral defense agreements. We have major contracts, including defense arms sales with Gulf countries. We are obviously very interested in the future of Lebanon and Syria. By the way, we played a minor under-the-radar role in encouraging both countries in reaching the aforementioned and very important maritime border agreement of last month. And finally, of course, there is Iran. And if Iranian missiles, ballistic missiles, actually start being used in the war in Ukraine, this will probably make us adopt an even harsher attitude towards the Islamic Republic. And regarding the nuclear deal, well, the JCPOA is dead. I think Europe did its best. Germany, France, and the UK did read their best. We were, particularly my country, we were slightly more hawkish at times than the United States. So whatever happens now regarding the nuclear crisis will require more cooperation, tighter cooperation between France, Europe, the Gulf states, and Israel. It's uncertain whether any kind of alternative, such as more limited deals, less for less kind of deals, would be possible under the current regime. I doubt it, but the priority at this point should be to avoid Iran crossing the 90% threshold. And of course, if there ever was, which I don't think is likely in the months to come, but if there ever was signs of Iran going towards weaponization, then all bets would be off. I think a good question, though, for all countries represented on this panel is whether, let me put it this way, what will be the de facto threshold of acceptability regarding further progress of the Iranian nuclear program? I mean, when I say de facto threshold of acceptability, that means the one over which kinetic large-scale military action would be likely. I was intrigued to hear a Saudi official 3-4 days ago saying that an Iranian operational nuclear weapons which changed the country's calculus. The key word is, of course, operational. Will there be a situation in which a de facto self-limitation of the Iranian nuclear program under weaponization becomes an implicitly agreed norm. I don't know, but what I do know once again is that whatever happens next in Iran, and we need to fasten our seatbelts because the combination of the probable repression, unfortunately, in the weeks to come, and maybe change afterwards, the months and years to come, certainly will require more consultations and more cooperation between France, Israel, and the Gulf states.
Thank you, and thank you for the advice to fasten our seatbelts. Perhaps to conclude the first part of this panel, I would like to refer a question to Michael Freilich, he's a Belgian MP. And I wonder, Mr. Freilich, are there Europeans reviewing their understanding of the Middle East following the Abraham Accords? And what are the challenges you're facing in the Belgian Parliament regarding this? And afterwards, we will open up the floor for questions.
Thank you so much for this, and thank you for Elnet for inviting me. Well, I think that your question needs to have a nuanced answer because there is no such thing as Europe. You can't speak in one word about Europe. We're talking about 27 nations that are part of the European Union. You have the United Kingdom, which is geographically in Europe, but has a different point of view. And so, as we know in many other cases, when it comes to foreign policy, Europe does not speak with one voice. That is also quite clear when we see even the situation with Russia at the moment. You know, you have Hungary that often is less critical of what's happening. And the same thing is with the Middle East and the Abraham Accords, where we see that some countries, and in this case it's the more Eastern European countries that are closer to Israel on that part, and quite a few countries on the other hand, including Belgium, that are more neutral or even quite distant from anything that is pro-Israel. If it comes to Belgium, then I can tell you that unfortunately the Belgian government is, the current federal government is quite a left-wing government that seems to be open at any stage to criticize Israel whenever it can. However, when there's positive elements coming out of the Middle East, we have to listen very closely to try to find any positive words coming that way. The reasons for that are many, including, for example, unfortunately, a quite radicalized Muslim population in my own country, and left-wing political parties trying to appeal to those type of voters. So I can tell you from within the Belgian Parliament, a week doesn't pass without strong criticism from almost the entire political spectrum, except from the largest party, which is my own party. And we are in opposition. But the government itself doesn't talk about the Abraham Accords. I was one of the initiative takers, together with other members from my own party, earlier in September to celebrate the second anniversary of the Abraham Accords in the federal parliament. I took the initiative myself. I invited a number of all of the ambassadors of the participating countries, the ambassador of the US, the UAE, Israel, and we had a roundtable discussion, and it was very nice and very fruitful. However, the other political parties were not there and were not present. And I think that it is important also upon Israel to try to explain through its embassy and its ambassadors to the various European countries the importance of the Abraham Accords, because the Abraham Accords is not just important for what's happening in the Middle East. I really believe that it will have an effect in Europe itself. And I'll give you an example. Last year, I brought the ambassador of the UAE to the city where I live, Antwerp. 25,000 Jews were deported from here during the Holocaust. And there's a monument, a Holocaust monument, and he lay a wreath there, which was a year and a half ago. And that was a really important moment. And the reason was because we have anti-Jewish sentiment, especially by the large part of the Arab population in my country, And they see the conflict in the Middle East not as one between Israelis and Palestinians, but one as between Jews on one end and Muslims on the other side. And it is so important to explain to these people that it is not a Jewish-Arab conflict or a Jewish-Muslim conflict. So the fact that an ambassador from the UAE lays flowers, lays a wreath by a monument for deported Jews in the Second World War is really an eye-opener for many of the Muslim youth who are like, wait, what is happening here? So I really believe that the fight against anti-Semitism can gain so much from these peace accords, and it is that I'm trying to explain to my fellow members of parliament and to the various ministers in government that the Middle East will definitely gain and grow by these Abraham Accords, but there's an important role to play also for the hostility against Jews in Europe. And I know there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, especially in Belgium, especially in some Nordic countries, Ireland, the same thing. But we must never give up, and we must keep fighting. And if we can have support from the Israeli government, from the Israeli embassy at that level as well, to push various governments to move, or from within the European institutions, then I think that is the right way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Freilich. And before opening the floor for questions from the audience and from our Zoom viewers, a sentence to conclude, Ksenia?
I will be very brief, just to address the previous discussion on Lebanon and the deal that was concluded. One country that played a pivotal role, but quiet one, and will be playing even more increased important role in what will be happening in Lebanon with this gas deal is Qatar. Not an Abraham Accords country, but nevertheless a country that doesn't want to miss an opportunity and wants to basically put itself in the midst of all of these occasions. So the Russian company Novotec left because they did not believe that there is any chance to develop there anything. The Qatari company is there.
Before the sanctions.
Before the sanctions, yes. And the sanctions, of course, are very important because basically the Novotec now its hands are tied. So you have now Total and the Qatari energy company.
And ENI.
Yes, and playing this very sensitive role in handling this business. And it will, of course, oblige also the new Israeli government, whatever it will look like, because when you will plan to do something risky, you will think about your other relations, also with Europe, but also here in the Middle East.
And perhaps this represents the whole story, because the Israel defense establishment had to approve the Qatar involvement in this project, and they approve, and now Israel is waiting for the Lebanese approval for the Qataris' involvement. So you don't have to be part of the Abraham Accords in order to have connections with Israel, and it's true also towards the mediation process regarding Gaza's escalations. So thank you for that. And now we will open up the floor for questions. We have a microphone that is heading. Yes.
I would like to ask something about
First of all,
Mordechai Kedar from Bar Ilan University. I would like to ask the question about the elephant in the room, which nobody almost mentioned. Just imagine what will happen to the Abraham Accords if the Iranians send to the Emiratis and the Bahrainis the message, hey guys, you better freeze the relations with Israel, otherwise we are going to do to you what we did to the Saudis in the morning, early morning of September 14, 2019. And just to remind you how they hit some Aramco facilities and froze the Saudi ability to export oil, like 50% of this, for some months. Will the Emiratis and the Bahrainis sacrifice their oil industry on the altar of the relations with Israel?
You're asking someone from our panelists, or just
whoever can answer it, especially.
Okay, I will just add a short sentence regarding this. On the weekend, the Prime Minister, Yair Lapid, had an op-ed at the Foreign Affairs, and it was mentioned regarding the relationship of Israel with several countries, and he was mentioned a story that was not public until his op-ed, saying that when the Emiratis open up the new embassy and have a new ambassador in Tehran, Israel were quite ambitious regarding this, and they have talked. Okay. And just a sec. And they have a conversation with the Emiratis regarding this. And according to the Israel Prime Minister, they have good answers that they received from the Emiratis regarding this. So just adding to your question, and I wonder if Mr. Bakharoun would like to answer Matka Kedar's question.
Yes, the hypothetical aspect is something that has happened in a way. We have been attacked, yes, claimedly by Houthis, but the weapons that has been used were supplied by Iran. Iran also is the only country that occupies land in the UAE. So this is something that we are aware of, we have been living with, but again, as has been said previously, the Abrahamic Accords are a strategic decision, and they are not about Iran. They're about the region, about the future of the region, and I don't think Iran is the only factor. It can hamper things, it can delay things, but it will not prevent them. So not entirely sure that if Iran send that message, the Arab countries is going to roll back on the Abrahamic Accord. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bakharoun. Our next question from the audience. Yes, please represent yourself.
Yes, Jose Garson. I'm professor of geopolitics in Paris. There is a second elephant in the room.
Perhaps the Palestinians.
The second elephant. I agree with Mordechai, but the second elephant is we haven't heard the word China. And as you may know, 1 week ago, China signed a huge agreement with Saudi Arabia, and the countries from the Abraham Accord were there, and so on and so forth. So the presence of China is good or bad? Because I think that China wants to play its own game, and its own game doesn't go through the Abraham Accord. Thank you.
Someone from our panelists wants to answer or relate to this comment? Okay, I will not mess up with my husband because the father of my husband is sitting right here and would like to ask a question. So we will mix business and pleasure. Alfred Tovias is professor from the University in Jerusalem.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to speak about an elephant, but in another room, which must be mentioned. Everybody is aware that it was in part the phantom of an annexation brewing with the previous government that led to some people say we have the Abraham Accords on the balance, and Mr. Netanyahu, please decide what you prefer of both. And he inclined himself in favor of the Abraham Accords. Now, why I'm evoking this is because he is forming a government now, as we know. We don't know how much the influence of other parties than his will be, but certainly in the program of these parties, the idea of annexation of Area C is there. I don't know if it is in the mind of the Likud, but in these other parties, it might be. Now, I would like to know how the experts here rate the influence that shift towards annexation imposed by the extremist parties in the next government, what influence that would have on the Abraham Accords.
Is someone from our panelists would like to answer Professor Tuvia's question? Yeah.
So there are apparently herds of elephants running around. And I will just say that while, in my opening remarks, I was talking about the confrontation mood that can happen here in Israel. Specifically, I was mentioning Jerusalem and the option that you mentioned, the annexation option. I think that it will be on the table, and yet I think that the current government, whatever it outlined will be very careful to go around it, but not really, push forward. So I think that if theoretically, hypothetically, we would go right now for the annexation of the sea territories, of Jordan Valley specifically, I think then, yes, inevitably we will have the major crisis with Jordan, Egypt, with whole of the Arab League, Saudi Arabia, the reaction will be very harsh. But the question is not whether we are going to annexation. What if we will continue with the crippling annexation, which is not announced? Which is not announced through the, some basic law. There is no voting at the Knesset, but you have the movement in this direction. And here is, this is the question that I think that it's $1 billion question, because we are talking about billions in Emirati investments that can either come, and they, with all of this bonanza that we had during these 2 years, it was truly remarkable. But at the same time, if we are looking at the promises of investment funds that were supposed to be already created, and that we have not so far, then, there you have your answer. So I think that the Abraham Accords, even though they are not dedicated to the Palestinians, they're not about the Palestinians, basically. They're about the region, it's a very nice thing to say, but there is no reference. Yes, frankly speaking, there is no reference to the Palestinian issue there. However, I think that will bind the Prime Minister to be much more careful that he would be perhaps in other cases with such grand things, such as, for example, allowing free, Jewish prayer on the Temple Mount, the official annexation of the Jordan Valley, but the processes that will basically avert and result in the same thing, but only in a more sophisticated way, they will continue. And there, there is a big question: what will happen then? After 3 months, after 5 months, again, the public opinion, it's clear. About this, I think that's clear already. This is what we see from the both Washington Institute, but also from endless polls that were conducted here all across the region, in Abraham Accord countries and in other countries. There is a public opinion about that. But boots on the ground, meaning, so, well, whether, you will slow down the accords or not, I think it will depend on the severity of these measures, how slow or how fast they will be, and the tempo will basically decide everything.
And perhaps we have a lot of questions, but we have lack of time. Do we have a time for another question?
Betach.
Yes.
Hi. This question is addressed largely to the representative of UAE. But also to others in light of what we know.
Please represent yourself, but first.
I'm sorry. Dr. Avi Rabinowitz, I'm a physicist not connected to geopolitics directly. And we heard, for example, from the MP from Belgium about the perceived interconnection between religion and the conflict over here as opposed to politics and so on. I wondered whether people on the Arabian Peninsula, which would be the UAE, Bahrain, of course, Saudi Arabia, who have a long historical connection to Jewish tribes going way back to the time of the Great Prophet, who know, therefore, that the Jews were recognized by the Prophet to be the descendants of Abraham and to be those who Moses led out, as described in Quranic literature, etc., out of Egypt, who were oppressed by the Pharaoh, whether there's a role that can be played by specifically people on the Arabian Peninsula who know that Jews escaped here as refugees during the times of the various wars here by the Babylonians, by the Romans, and ended up as tribes in that region. So have an intense trading connection and know that there was a continuous presence here of those people, and that many of those people, for example, in Yemen, etc., came here not so long ago, so that I think it might be exactly you over there who could play this role with the Palestinians who you just mentioned, because it does seem as though one of the main obstacles to peace between the Palestinians and Israelis is what seems to be the perception by many Palestinians that the Jews are some sort of interlopers, Europeans who were sent here to oppress the Muslims and the Arabs, not people who were originally from here.
Is someone from our panel would like to answer this? I think Mr.
Can I
Bahawan,
take
it
this
was
question?
referred to you.
I'll take this question if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The Abrahamic Accords is a regional deconflicting approach. It wants to bring down the struggle that started as something between the Palestinians and the Israelis, moved up to become between Zionists and Arabs, and then moved up to become between Muslims and Jews. This is the wrong way to approach it. And I think this is the objective of the, for instance, the UAE tolerance approach inside the UAE, outside the UAE, and the same thing feeds into the Abrahamic Accords. So to address this issue, this is a two-way street. The Arabs alone cannot do this. The Muslims alone cannot do this. Christians alone cannot do this. We need everyone to work for it. And I think it's very important to take away the religious aspect, because the religious aspect makes it an identity struggle. Identity struggles are really existential struggles. That means one lives, the other goes away. As long as we manage to take it away from that dialectic, we will possibly get to a point where people can address issues of land as an issues of land, as a housing issue, rather than rights of one religion versus the right of another religion and everyone who follows it. So I think that is the approach of the UAE with the Abrahamic Accords, and I think there is a role to be played not only by the UAE, but also people in Israel, people in Jordan and everywhere. We will have to address this as an investment. Investments mean we have to sacrifice something for it, because we're going to gain far more out of it than what we would gain out of protecting those lands. Thank you.
If I may add very shortly upon this point, while we say that it's not about religion, I think that, interestingly, the Arabs and the Jews in this case do have something in common, and I see this come to Belgium. You know that a number of European countries are talking about the various issues of religious freedom that are coming under pressure, such as the forbidding of kosher or halal slaughter, and in Belgium also talking about forbidding male circumcision, what we call Brit Milah in Hebrew. And I have been in discussions with, some of the ambassadors of the countries that are involved in the Abraham Accords, such as the UAE, but also Morocco. And we have actually common ground. I mean, both Israel and Morocco, but also the entire Jewish people, where circumcision of boys is a very important part of who we are. Without circumcision, there would be no Judaism possible in Belgium or in Europe, and the same thing for Muslims. So when it comes to that point, religion actually does bind us and does bring us together. So, there is politics involved, but religion still also plays an important role. And, I'm working with various of my colleagues now to see how we can get a number of the countries together to bring or promote UN initiatives to protect the circumcision of boys in the future. And that is one of the nice ways, if Morocco could bring a resolution together with Israel, together with some other countries who are not part of the Abraham Accords, but who see that, there is common ground, then, this could be definitely a way to achieve peace or bring people closer together.
Thank you, Mr. Freilich. I think that we must end this panel right now, and if you have further questions,
Gili,
you
if
can
we
speak
have
to the other
one
panels
minute.
as well. Thank you for the panelists, and thank you for all of the audience. Yes, applause. So the next panel will be moderate. Do we have a break between? No break.
This is the time to stretch your muscles.
Yes. So here is Eli Achenberg for the next panel. Thank you very much.
marvelous panel. So hello to everyone here and also our viewers and listeners through Zoom. I'm Ellie Hockenberg. I'm a journalist and anchor for I-24 News for the past decade already. Oh my God. And welcome to our second panel, literally the bread and butter of those accords, business, energy, and food security. Before we begin and I introduce our distinguished panelists, I would like to thank the organizers. I'm humbled and honored to be part. And I must say that both as a journalist, but more so as an Israeli, even 2 years on, I'm struggling to stay indifferent to the opportunity to be witnessing history in the making, and to see our turbulent region proving time and time again that even far-fetched notions can become much of a reality. Okay, so on that note, I would like to welcome our guests through Zoom, Mr. Robert Greenway, Executive Director of the Abraham Accords Peace Institute, the epitome of a diplomat, if you will, armed with 3 decades and counting of experience. Mr. Greenway is one of the architects of the historic Accords. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today. Here with us in the flesh, Mr. Yoni Fessel, CEO of Procure Africa. These are the people who get it done, right? Leading this massive procurement center for the industrial and agriculture sectors, a one-stop shop, if you will, for the African clientele. And of course, we will elaborate on that in a split second. Ms. Daniela Abraham, the Accords named after you, of course, right? CEO of the Volcani International Partnership, VIP, never sounded better. And this Israeli NGO tackles global food and nutrition insecurity, something you're well versed with following your time as a senior policy advisor in Mashav. And you will, I'm sure, elaborate on that further. Going back to our Zoom guests, Mr. Mohammed Al-Husani, Director of the Domestic Direct Investment, DDI, commonly known, the Abu Dhabi Investment Office in Israel, and probably one of the most sought-after men in the past 2 years when it comes to Israeli businessmen, in the quest, of course, of tracing opportunities and developments and outreach. Hello, Mr. Al-Husani. Thank you very much for joining us. Dorian Barak, co-founder and president of UAE Israel Business Council, longtime investor, always in the hunt for good opportunities. And your sensors definitely been working extra hours as you established this council even before the Abraham Accord. So you've got an eye. I'm sure I'm not the first one to tell you that. Last but definitely not least, Ms. Nisreen Mansour, head of the Arab Society desk at the EBN and Co. She knows. She simply knows, that's the best way I can put it, not just vast professional information, but also a profound understanding of the cultural similarities and differences, the mindset. You yourself is the bridge to an extent, the actual bridge. And on that note, let us begin our first round. It will be a quick fire round of one question each. I will be punctuate. I remind you, I'm warning you in advance, rather, because we do want to hear all of you. And as we've seen, we have a very lively audience here, and we would like to allow them to chime in as well. So let's begin with you, Mr. Greenway. What would you say has been achieved in terms of regional cooperation in the fields of energy and food security and business, and perhaps more so as an American, what should be of specific interest to the European side of the divide?
Well, thanks, Ellie, and thanks to Elnet and for all those present for the opportunity to be with you today. Apologize, couldn't be in person. It'd always be a great pleasure. But to answer your question directly, I think if you get our monthly reports, you'd see that the progress has been remarkable. And I will say, too, that the vision at the beginning and now is among Accord member countries and the United States that economic integration between the countries is where the greatest potential resides. And also, in our view, provides the foundation for a warm peace, to contrast it with the very important but nonetheless cold pieces that have preceded it. And so from an American perspective, I would have to say that our strategic interests are always better served when our partners and allies are working in close cooperation with one another. which was also part of the foundational logic behind negotiation of the Accords. From a European perspective, we have been, and I've just returned from a trip to Europe where we have stressed there are two principal opportunities for Europe. The first is on energy cooperation, and there has been some progress in recognition of the realignment, let's say, of Europe in terms of its energy security needs after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, wherein our view is that the Accord member countries as a whole can and should play a critical part in replacing the Russian gas lost for which Europe was dependent upon. And that realignment would serve a number of different purposes, but it would meet its pressing security and energy needs. And the second is in food security, two topics critical to this panel. And we have seen that integration between Accord member countries in food security, working in collaboration with European partners, not only helps to resolve the regional issues faced by the Accord member countries, but makes a strong contribution beyond the region itself toward the global spectrum. And we've been working in Sudan and other countries in order to bring this about.
And that's the perfect segue to move on. Thank you, Mr. Greenway. To move on to Mr. Faisal. What is the potential of new partnership and partnerships, plural rather, in the frameworks of the Abraham Accords, including trilateral ones with Europe? Obviously, geopolitics is the name of the game here.
Thank you. So I think that there is a great opportunity to be played in Africa, actually, which is the area which I'm more familiar with, dealing with food security and agriculture. I mean, Europe is very worried about food security, like we saw with the Ukraine crisis, and also about migration. And in Africa, there is, of course, a very good momentum that has been built from the Abraham Accords. It's a very young population, and they are very impressed by the speed at which the countries of the region are able to change things. So I think that's, you know, of course, some of the Abraham Accords countries, members are also African countries, like Morocco is one of the main investors in West Africa and on the continent. So if we look at the assets and the strength of each of these countries, and if we manage to put them together, it would create great results, I think, on the continent. There are Emirati companies like DP World that are very active in logistics. Dubai is, of course, a hub for agricultural products. Israeli Technologies is already well known all across the continent. But bringing also capital and fast deployment is very important to success on the continent. And it will help Europe, because Europe is actually losing ground in a lot of places in Africa. And if Europe finds a way to partner with Morocco, Israel, and UAE or Bahrain, I think it could really also protect Europe and create great investment opportunities.
It's interesting
Thank
that, thank you, Mr. Faisal. It's interesting that it's up to the European, according to you, to hop on the Abraham Accords train, perhaps not a position they're used to be those who are joining and not leading. Let's move to Ms. Danielle Abraham. Echoing what we've just heard from Mr. Faisal, if you could expand on the needs and solutions that the Abraham Accords members can provide one another in the context of mainly agriculture and food security. Here too, the European horizon is always there, playing a role.
Okay, thank you so much. So I only have a few minutes, as I was told, so I don't want to beat around the bush. I'm here to tell you today that our global food systems are in crisis. And I don't mean that, it's coming in 2 years or in 5 years. They're in crisis right now. That is in Israel, if we look at the Gulf, if we look at North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and even if we look at Europe. And so what I would like to encourage us to do is to not think about the Abraham Accords and think about what kind of new partnerships can we create, but actually think about the Abraham Accords as a framework, as an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity, together to rethink, what are we doing in food and ag? How are we doing it? And can we reimagine together rebuilding more resilient and sustainable food systems? So I think if we talk about partnerships and what we can do, there's two key questions we have to ask, right? We have to ask, making any partnership, what are the needs we're trying to address? And what can each player bring to the table that's actually adding value? So to me, especially if we look at Europe, but collectively, the needs are very clear. And I think there are three in the food and ag space that we need to address. The first is climate change. And I think if we are not thinking about climate change in Europe now, we're deluding ourselves. Just
Who is
think.
counting elephants here? Because we have another one.
Oh,
Yeah.
what? Climate change?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. I said it. Good for that. Yes. Do I get a bonus point? Listen, if you look back at Portugal and Spain last winter, there was a huge drought. We've just received a request from partners in Portugal to help them rethink their national water strategy for agriculture. Climate change is real. It's here. It's going to reduce yields in Europe and also affect water availability. The second key challenge is unsustainable agricultural practices, which we are seeing all over. And this is a double-edged sword, okay? Number one, it's reducing the soil erosion. We're shooting ourselves in the foot if we want to continue growing in the future. And the other thing is unsustainable practices contribute to climate change. And obviously the third is the vulnerable food systems that we've created for ourselves with hyper-globalized food supply chains. Think just now what happened with COVID. Think about the impact of the Russian invasion of Ukraine into things like wheat. So these are my three key needs when we're thinking about partnerships: climate, unsustainable agriculture, and the vulnerable food systems. Now, the second thing is to think, what do we have to offer if we're bringing these partners together? Now, I'm only really qualified to speak about the Israel side. And I think everyone talks about agri-tech. We already mentioned Israel's agri-tech. And part of my job is to articulate what is it exactly that Israel has to offer. And I want to urge you to think beyond the technology. I think there's three key things that Israel has to offer: the Abraham Accords and partners here in the food space. Now, the first is experience. If you go back to 1948, when Israel was established, it was food insecure. Its GDP per capita was at a similar level to many African nations today. So Israel has experience in creating a huge agricultural transformation, including the policies that it put out to enable it to do that. The second is expertise, which enables the agri-tech, but it's real expertise in climate-resilient agriculture, in heat-resistant varieties, in water use efficiency, in grain storage. I don't know if anyone here knows about grain storage. Israel has the lowest losses in grain storage around the world. Average is 20%. In Africa, it can easily reach 40 to 50. And in Israel, we state it's 0.1, but that's because we're trying to be a bit humble, right? We don't want to say zero, God forbid, someone catches us out. So the real expertise that's sitting here in Israel. And the third is innovation, not just the agri-tech, but innovation capacity. The mindset, the entrepreneurialism, the innovation system that exists in Israel is very unique. And we should definitely be looking at leveraging that. So the last thing I wanted to end on is throw out some ideas for partnerships. Yes, we can create standard partnerships. Yes, we could create an innovation R&D partnership to tackle AI for agriculture and climate change. We can look at alternative proteins. I think that's standard. What I would want to push us to do is to think a little bit outside the box in the kind of trilateral project partnerships we could establish. My big mentor here in Israel, who was responsible for setting up Israel's agricultural international arm under Golda Meir and Ben Gurion, he said to me a few years ago, listen to this, Danielle, what we need to do is we need to establish huge grain silos in the Sinai desert. I was like, oh my gosh, he's lost the plot. What's he talking about, right? He's like, just go and bring in the investment. We're the best in the world at doing this. Let's set up huge grain silos in the Sinai desert. We didn't get it off the ground, as I'm sure you know. And here we are a few years later with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What would our reality have looked like? And could we take as inspiration the Energy for Water partnership that was mentioned earlier? Could we imagine, for example, an Emirati company establishing a huge wheat production system in Sudan, which is happening, by the way, with the African Development Bank? And where are all of these players? And could that grain facility there perhaps even export to Europe? And I mean, we are receiving requests every day we're working with Chad, Niger, sometimes even with Sudan very quietly, and the Gulf. And I just think the potential here is much bigger than I think we give credit for, and I think the challenges are definitely vaster. So I would like us to be very ambitious and think outside the box when it comes to partnerships for food security. Thanks.
Oh, that's fascinating. It's not just telling a different narrative, but rather creating it as we go. Fascinating indeed, and we will, of course, circle back to that shortly. But for now, let's move on to Mr. Al-Husania joining us from overseas, but not that far away. Mr. Al-Husania, thank you very much again for joining us. So, obviously, major flow back and forth between the Gulf and Israel ever since the accords were signed. But if you have to mention any specific achievements in the fields of energy, food, security, water, what would that be?
First of all, thank you for having me. This is an interesting discussion with interesting panelists. I would like also to emphasize on the business and the private sector innovation can be part of the solutions. We are very optimistic. We, in Abu Dhabi Investment Office, we are here to help private sector to come and find solutions for our problems, not only in our market, but also beyond. Food, agriculture, energy, those are very, very important sectors for us. We've been progressing not only with Emirati-based companies, with companies from all over the world, especially in Israel and Europe. We have many, many success stories. We always, in Abu Dhabi government and in Abu Dhabi Investment Office, in a specific, hungry, ready, happy to work with any private sector that would like to consider Abu Dhabi as home, to do business, to innovate, to come up with solutions to the world problems. And we also would like to request all companies to give us chance in Abu Dhabi Investment Office to try to contribute to their mission. We've been very busy on the last, let's say, few months, doing lots of partnership between government to government, between also government to private sector, but more importantly, we also been successfully managed partnership between private to private. So this is always our preferred scenario where we in Abu Dhabi government try to enable private sector with foreign, let's say local private sector, with foreign private sectors to work together to come establish their business and maybe produce new crops, a new technology that not only solving our problem, but also can be a solutions that everybody around us can benefit from. If you look at Abu Dhabi value proposition, we are very, very flexible and advanced policies. We also enjoy state-of-the-art infrastructure. We are the connector between East, West. We help companies not only to access opportunities in our market, we also take them beyond UAE to the GCC, MENA, Africa, and Asia. So we can offer solutions, we can contribute to the companies to innovation mission, and we also value the contribution from private sector. And we always, happy, ready to consider any idea, any service, any product that can help to solve our problems.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Husani. And the direct continuation of what we've just heard, Mr. Barak, obviously it's been a whirlwind, so much happening in the past 2 years when it comes to business cooperation. If you two can perhaps mention a few noteworthy developments in this respect, and how integral, if any at all, was the European involvement so far?
It's a good question. I'm going to begin with some background information, I think,
Please.
just to educate here a bit. So there's going to be trade somewhere between $2.5 and $3 billion between Israel and the UAE this year, which is a dramatic increase over 2021 and obviously enormous over 2020. We expect the trade to reach about $5 billion by 2025, which is also a very significant figure. You have about 300 Israeli companies that are very actively working in the UAE, whether it's through local partnerships, through companies they've established, or selling directly in large quantities to Emirati producers and Emirati suppliers. What's interesting about the UAE, and this is very different than, say, the Israeli business activity in the UK or Italy or China, is that the UAE is a place that you use as a platform to address other markets. So it's not necessarily Israeli selling to Emiratis, it's Israeli selling through the UAE and through Bahrain, but to a much less extent, trading through the UAE with the world. Many international companies have their headquarters in UAE and do virtually no business in the Emirates itself. They're doing business through the Emirates, with the greater Middle East, with South Asia, India, Pakistan, with East Asia, Indonesia, China, etc. So just as Hong Kong, we think of it as an international center where an international company sets up a local headquarters, This is how the UAE operates today. And for Israel, I think it's going to become, for Israeli companies, the most important trading hub to the east of Israel. There's no reason to venture further afield. It's nice to have a Singapore business. It's nice to have a Hong Kong business, but you can do almost everything from the UAE. Access to amazing talent, logistics, supply chains, transportation, everything is there. And we've seen an enormous amount of Israeli interest. So we have about 5,000 people who have individuals, corporations, entrepreneurs who have registered with the UAE Israel Business Council. There are other initiatives as well, and there's other organizations that support them, like the Peace Institute. I see Asher Fredman, the local director, Rob Greenway, obviously, who has not only is he one of the architects, but he's very involved in promoting the accords today. But I think what you're going to see is increasingly Israelis are going to move businesses there. They're going to see the UAE as the most important, let's call it offshore trading hub for Israeli businesses, because it's a market you can address directly, but also through it you can address other markets. Regarding the Europeans, we've seen a lot of Israeli activity, advancements in ag, water, technology, financial services in the UAE. All of that is very important. I think one of the things that you're going to see that affects the Europeans as well is Israeli companies will begin to come under the umbrella of large European integrators who are already selling projects in the region. So Veolia is a big water company. Suez, these are companies that do, these are French obviously, they do massive infrastructure, water projects. Now when they do a project like that, they have to hire all kinds of subcontractors, providers of capabilities, technology providers. Think of your typical smart city project. Your smart city project integrates hundreds of different technologies under one roof. Israelis tend not to be the largest integrators globally, but we do provide a lot of specific technologies to larger products. Think of it as B2B sales, which are eventually sold to governments or to other companies. There you're going to see, I think, a joining of hands between European companies, which until now have largely excluded Israeli subcontractors because it was politically inadvisable. And under those circumstances...
Political headache.
It's a political headache. You bring an Israeli water technology company to a project in Saudi, for example. Very uncomfortable how you explain the guy with a weird accent who doesn't have the right passport. That's becoming less of a problem. And we're seeing it not only in the UAE, where this is now permissible, but we're seeing it throughout the region. And I think some of the bigger issues that are being addressed at the policy level by the Abraham Accords Peace Institute, which is looking at things like logistics and transportation links. The Israeli angle there's a direct Israeli angle as well. But one of the Israeli angles is how do Israelis work with international firms, American, European, and Asian, to deliver solutions in the UAE and elsewhere in the region. And I think that's where you're going to see the cooperation, the increased cooperation between Israelis on one hand, and on the other hand, Europeans and Americans mainly, because those are the choice partners for Israelis, in implementing projects in the region.
Okay, we will definitely continue from that point in a second. Last but not least, Nisreen Mansour, head of the Arab Society desk at EBAN & Co. So Arabic and Hebrew, I would toss in, and even English, they might be understandable to all those involved, but when it comes to the legal languages, how much of translation is needed? How much of harmonization is needed in order to make those new partnerships work?
Nothing is needed, actually. I'm sure that you aren't surprised. The legal obstacles are not important at all, because Israeli businessmen and women are used to work in international markets and with foreigners. The same businessmen and women in the Arab countries are used to work in foreign markets and with foreigners. Also, the legal systems in Israel, Morocco, UAE, and Bahrain enable a foreigner to be 100% shareholder in a local company. And each country has different incentives for attracting investors from outside of the country, like the zero tax policy in Bahrain on sales, income, and capital gains. I think that the main issue is to build a trust between businessmen and women from both sides, find ways for adjustment to a different business mentality, and overcome psychological barriers. That's why I lead my law firm's initiative to build bridges between our clients, who are Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs, and businessmen and women in the MENA countries, to find for them business opportunities and create for them strategic partners in this region, especially in the agri-tech, food tech, and climate tech sectors, but not only. So I think that the help of government officials, professionals, and international companies, especially European companies that already know the Arab country market and have a wide experience in this market, can make my mission easier.
Yeah. Well, let's start with the not only, and we're now beginning our second part of the panel. So please feel free to engage in a conversation, to interact with one another, and we will of course get some questions from the audience soon. But Nisreen, I would like to begin with you because obviously making big headlines this week is the pending Emirati purchasing of the Israeli insurance company Phoenix, and if we're talking about legal obstacles, it seems that there would be some regulatory hurdles posed on the Israeli side here.
It's a huge issue. It's not something that we can speak about to be partners in an energy project or a real estate project. It's something bigger. That's why maybe the regulator will do a little bit issue here, but I think that it's not the regular projects that we are looking to have. The idea is to build the trust and to find different projects in the energy, in the food security and other aspects. It will be easier. But when you speak about things that are related to healthcare and related to insurance,
pensions,
it will be more difficult to convince that such collaboration can work. But I'm still optimistic, and I think that we need to wait and see what will happen in this specific deal.
Well, optimism is the name of the game here. Okay, learning from past mistakes, we will move in straight to some questions from the audience to make sure we're on time. And again, just mentioning again to our panelists joining us via Zoom, Mr. Greenway and Mr. Al-Husani, that we can hear you, so please feel free to chime in. Yes, sir, please present yourself first.
My name is Chagai Etkes, and I'm a researcher at the Bank of Israel. The question is to Mr. Barak. You mentioned that the UAE is an important trading hub. Actually, Jebel Ali is one of the largest ports between Antwerp and Singapore, or even the largest. And as a result, most of the trade between Israel and the UAE is actually re-exports from the UAE to Israel. So according to the recent Emirati data, it's about 80% of their exports to Israel are re-exports. So do you have any sense of the reduced cost by Israeli importers or other benefits like time to market and other things that Israeli importers benefiting from importing Chinese or Indian goods through the UAE rather than directly from India and China?
It's a very good question. First of all, it's not just India and China. For example, building materials, there's a lot of imports from Italy, for example, which is a very large supplier of building materials. You find Israeli companies now sourcing local product in the UAE. Some of it is Omani, some of it is actually Emirati. There's actually quite a bit of ceramics manufacturing in the UAE. So you do find some substitution and actually people buying directly from the UAE. But in most cases, what you're finding is Israeli companies benefiting from, let's call it a sort of arbitrage, meaning they were buying it elsewhere more expensively. It's a more efficient place to buy it. You find a lot of the, let's talk about building materials, for example. A lot of the large Chinese concerns that sell building materials, rather than Israeli having to go to China to meet them, or Hong Kong or Singapore to meet them, they can now go to the showrooms in the UAE. They have bonded warehouses. It's very easy to import them. Again, I think it is really important to talk not just about the trade with the UAE, but trade through the UAE. I think the trade figures don't reflect it because they mainly focus on, bills of lading, how much product is actually imported. I think you're going to find a lot of Israeli companies, we already see it today, but in subsequent years even more, that have local subsidiaries that are trading in their own right, in Asia, in Africa, in the greater Middle East. It's not reflected in the trade figures because it's not necessarily import and export. It's people actually incorporating and functioning as UAE companies. We have here the ADIO team, obviously the director in Abu Dhabi. We have the team here, the leadership team sitting in the audience. Abu Dhabi, ADGM, is a classic example in terms of an offshore center, but really the premier offshore center in the UAE as a place where international companies go. They may elect to trade locally, but very often what they're doing is they're trading outside. And it could be that the trade doesn't directly, for example, get to Israel. Could be there's no product or service that's actually coming or going from Israel. But the Israeli companies will be establishing themselves, they'll be employing locals, they'll be employing Israelis as well. So the trade itself is going to be much, much different than that which we see happening in other markets. You know, just by way of example, one more time, you have an Israeli company in Germany. They're selling to Germany or they're importing from Germany. The UAE is a place you go to trade, not necessarily with the UAE, but with the world.
So this announcement last week by the Emirati trade minister rather of nixing the VAT on almost 96% of products, you're saying it's peanuts. It's great, but it's peanuts.
I think it's a huge symbolic sign that things are moving in the right direction. I think it's going to be relatively immaterial, and most people I speak to in the import-export markets or businesses here in Israel, they tell me it's great, it gives us some more clarity because we were operating in sort of a gray zone, but ultimately it's not going to have a huge effect. I think, you know, when you look at an Israeli company in water technology, for example, they're really selling services. These are not so much covered by this. Or they're using the UAE in order to sell to Saudi or India. That's going to have virtually no impact on them. But as a declarative statement, as a concrete way of showing the relationship is going in the right direction, we want to knock down all the barriers possible. It's important, but even more important is groups like ADIO or Dubai that have established representatives in Israel and are finding a way to really bring the relationship
So
to
with
another
all due
level.
respect to optics and symbolism, it's time to get things going. In this respect, yes, Mr. Al-Husani. Yes, please.
Barak, amazing. Thank you. This is excellent answer. Please allow me to add three main things. Number one, you always consider Abu Dhabi or UAE as very high when it comes to competitiveness. So whenever any criteria related to cost or ease of doing business, we always number one on the region and very high worldwide. Two, if you look at the infrastructure that we have today, I'll give you a very simple example. AD Port is connected to more than 2,000 ports around the world. Number three is not doing business through UAE. You can do business through UAE, but with UAE-based companies. We have many companies based in UAE with head office in UAE, but they have global footprint. They are very active in all continents. So those companies, whenever you come to Abu Dhabi, you're going to be part of UAE and Abu Dhabi ecosystem. You can automatically leverage on those international enterprise that might take you beyond the region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Husani. Ms. Abraham, you know, for many, when we're talking about food insecurity and other matters that are benefiting the world, you know, engaging in tikkun olam, so to speak, they think that this is quite a naive outlook on the world. It has nothing to do with the bottom line, with making money. But it's not the case here. You can make the neighborhood better, the world better, and make a whole lot of money.
Yeah, well, actually, if you want to talk about money, my other big mentor here in Israel blasted the global community for talking about food security. He said, what farmer wants to grow crops for food security? Stop talking about food security and talk Toyota security. Once a farmer understands that farming and agriculture is a business, and by growing crops to make a living, he can earn a Toyota, we've solved food security. So let's set our standards a little bit higher for farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's number one on the money front. And I really believe that. And that's one of the big learning lessons from Israel. Israel always treated agriculture as a business. Yes, we were food insecure, but we always had an eye to the markets. That's why we shifted from growing cotton to flowers to fruit trees, because of the markets. And from my experience in the Israeli government, actually some of my frustration from working in other places around this tikkun olam concept, is the fact that so much for me was about taking pictures of an MOU and a Photoshop here. And I said, it's not the picture that sells. Okay, it's a nice hasbara moment for a minute. But what really sells is the actual doing. And if we can create real impact on the ground, which, yes, will generate money. Yes, it will provide economic opportunities for Israeli companies and others, but primarily the farmers. It also has huge diplomatic and defense elements too. I mean, I heard here the first line of development and defense together. One of the panelists said earlier, I mean, we've got work now in Chad and Niger. You just have to think about the issues of food security and the defense development implications there. So Tikkun Olam sounds very nice. But I'm very much focused not on the picture moment, but on actually doing. I think once the impact's on the ground, the development impacts, the Tikkun Olam, the economic, the diplomatic, and even the defense will follow through naturally if we do it well.
Yeah, make food security sexy again, so to speak.
It has to be sexy. I mean, how else are you going to get the farmers to come?
Exactly, exactly. And in this respect, Mr. Faisal, perhaps I wouldn't say issues related to PR, but if Europe and the world altogether were under the notion that they can just be self-sufficient, the Ukraine war followed the pandemic. Proved us otherwise. The shaky grain deal between Russia and Ukraine, the climate change impact, all underlying the critical need for agriculture solutions and a better flow of commodities, of connections. How do you see it?
I mean, again, talking about, I think, Africa, which is the place
yes,
that I
of
know.
course.
Definitely, I mean, efficiency and security of the supply is very important. And also by creating these agricultural areas with efficient development, of course, you strengthen security, and you stabilize regions. And Europe can greatly benefit from that, like we mentioned. Yes.
Mr. Greenway, you were mentioning in your opening remarks the issue of oil. We shouldn't be saying follow the money at this point in time, but follow the oil, not just in the sense of the traditional quote-unquote energy relationships, but also sustainable energy, renewable energy. How do you see it all playing in the mix of the Abraham Accords?
So look, the first deal that was initiated under the Accords that took place during the same day we took the first flight from Israel to UAE was the Med-Red pipeline, which was later then euthanized by the new Israeli coalition government's environment minister. So the first deal really constituted under the Accords early on was an energy project, which makes tremendous sense, and again allows you to move gas far more efficiently than is the case now between the region and European customers. Second, the first investment, the concrete investment really conducted under the Accords was Mubadala's investment in Delek, again an energy investment because it made a great deal of sense then and now. If anything, it makes more sense. The Euro interconnect to move electricity from the Mediterranean into Europe is underway, and that's good news. Similarly, there's a project to move energy from Azerbaijan into Europe that will take some time to do so. In our view, and our Council of European partners, it's connecting the region's resources and with infrastructure, which is required for the mid to long-term solution. So 40% of Europe's energy previously came from Russia, and there isn't really a concrete plan to substitute for it. We know that the resources and the capital investment are there among Accord member countries. And our argument now is to start and initiate the infrastructure projects to connect the two continents from an energy perspective so that our partners and allies are interdependent upon one another as opposed to dependent upon our adversaries. And that, of course, would apply to renewables, as mentioned by other members on the panel, is that there's a tremendous amount of capability on both sides and certainly a dire need to start coordinating on the next generation of fuel resources and methods. And there again, collaboration is going to be key and essential. And as Mohammed mentioned, and as Dorian rightly mentioned, you've got some of the most innovative countries now connected under the Accords umbrella that can collaborate in new ways to present new solutions. And I would add only to the previous comments on food security and to reference our work on the Sudan as a tangible, concrete way to bring Abraham Accord member capabilities to bear on a shovel-ready project in a country that has tremendous agricultural potential, not just to feed its own people as it once did, but also to feed the greater part of the region. And so we brought in Morocco, the world's largest fertilizer company, an OCP, to open up an office and begin shipment of fertilizers to Sudan. We brought together Israeli agricultural tech companies and integrators to apply their skills in the country, along with the World Food Program, U.S. Research and Development, and partners in the Gulf-based Abraham Accord member countries to start to reverse the trend in Sudan. Again, to feed the people in Sudan, most importantly, retain them in the Accords, demonstrate what Accord member countries can physically do when working together that they couldn't do independently. And third, that model could and should be well served to move to other countries and show what a team, an effective team of agricultural companies working together can do for profit, but also for the region's good.
Thank you, Mr. Greenway. And we are nearing the end of our panel, believe it or not. So in this respect, I would like, if I may, yeah, the audience is waiting on the sufganiot, the Jewish donuts waiting for us outside. We will be stuffing our faces shortly. But before we do, to what extent, and I'm opening this question for debate, to what extent should governments be involved at this point in time of their relationship, or should they just let the private sector be? Obviously, it's taking us to perhaps more fundamental, philosophical question over governmental involvement. So again, 2 years on, should they be in? Should they be out? Should they be in between? Please. Mr. Barak.
Well, disclosure for everyone. I prefer the private sector in forging real ties, because once you make something tangible, concrete, where there are parties that have mutual benefits, you're much more likely to have a durable peace and durable cooperation. That said, there is a need for the non-governmental sector, and I look at organizations like the Abraham Accords Peace Institute, and for government facilitators of this business, like ADIO, which is the Abu Dhabi Investment Office, and encourages not just foreign investment, but allowing foreign corporations to find a home and partners in the UAE. So I think there's a very strong benefit to having government involvement, but ultimately, and this is the spirit of the UAE-Israel Business Council, we think that having private parties, companies, entrepreneurs engage with each other day to day, they're much more likely to find areas of commonality and to build durable relations based on mutual interest that will have an enduring and long-term effect on the peace, cooperation, and ultimately strategic partnership between our countries.
Ms. Abraham, please.
Only because we want to shake it up a bit on the panel, right? You want a bit of conflict.
Oh, yes, we do.
So I do agree with what you say, but, and I would advocate a little bit for the role of non-profits in this space and for government, and I'll tell you why for both. We are actually an NGO, and sometimes I debate it a lot with my board and team, like, why are we an NGO? We're selling services, we're not raising money. And there's something critically important about the neutrality we can bring to the table when I'm sitting vis-a-vis a foreign government or a big business. I'm not there to sell. I don't have a specific agenda. My main agenda is to serve their interests with the best capabilities we can bring from Israel. And that neutrality is essential, and I think can only be served so far as an NGO. My line for the defense of government, and believe me, I've been in the British government and Israeli government, so I'm not a big fan of government. From my experience of building food security and enabling a nation to really rise up, you have to have the right policy enabling environment. And no matter how good the business is there on the ground, if the policy is not in place, it doesn't work. One basic example of this is, a lot of countries now are trying to offset their imports. Many countries are 90% dependent on imports. Well, they come to us and say, quick, help us with our agricultural production to offset the imports. I'm like, no problem, we can do that. But why are you handing out import permits to all your friends? And that is the basic enabling environment that the government has to create. So there's my 2 cents.
Mr. Al-Husani, I can see you nodding there. Perhaps your concluding remarks in this respect.
I agree with both opinions. I think
Peace in the Middle East.
Government very much interested in creating results, so government can interfere when and where it's needed. Perfect scenario, always government play the enabling role and let the private sector to lead. However, the result will matter, and the situation will control maybe or dictate the government role and contribution.
Okay, and on that note, yes, a round of applause, definitely. Mr. Greenway, Mr. Al-Husani, thank you very much for joining us. You can stay logged in because your cameras and microphones will be muted. You're more than welcome to join us to the next panels. Thank you for your time. And we are now taking a break to light the second candle of Hanukkah, right? Quite a symbolic message, and we will see you right after. Thank you.
Thanks.
Roll. Okay, welcome back. Our guests here at the Menachem Begin Heritage Center, and also our viewers and listeners joining us via Zoom. Thank you for coming back. I will always find it so poetic that when you stuff yourself with a jelly-filled donut, you're actually becoming a jelly-filled donut, right? It strikes me anew every year. Yeah. Okay, stop.
I don't want to interrupt, but I just saw that in order to lose the calories...
No, don't. Sir, please, hold your horses. We do not want to hear this.
You have to run like Messi for 1.5 hours plus.
Well, judging by his performance last night, he did it in the name of all of us. So we're good to go. Second round of donuts on its way. Okay, enough with the blabbing. Let's. Okay, so welcome to our third panel. What made the Abraham Accords happen? What can make them greater? But what could also potentially put a spoke in its wheels? Politics, diplomacy. I'm Ellie Hochenberg, journalist and anchor for I-24 News, and again, I would like to convey my gratitude to the organizers, to Elnet, for having me here, allowing me to be part of this conference, and by proxy, part of the this tectonic shift in our turbulent yet fascinating region. So thank you very, very much. Without further ado, allow me to introduce our distinguished guests for this panel. Let's begin with the Zoom sphere. Joining us from overseas, member of the European Parliament, Mr. Bert-Jan Roysson. Thank you, sir, very much for joining us today, representing the Dutch Reformed political party. Again, might be overseas, but well-versed with everything that has to do with this region, with this country, as he's the vice chair of the Delegation for Relations with Israel and a member of the Delegation for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union of the Mediterranean. Thank you, sir, very much for your time. On to our Israeli fellows here in the flesh, the lovely Ruth Westerman Landi, former chair of the caucus for promoting the Abraham Accord at the Israeli parliament, a politician, a diplomat, an activist. She's covering every angle of our baffling, perplexing, yet fascinating reality here. Thank you very much. Professor Yossi Shein, former chair of the delegation for relations with the European Parliament, and after years of heading the Tel Aviv University School of Political Science, Government and International Affairs, decided to get his hands dirty, so to speak, with some actual politics here. Thank you, Professor, very much for your time. Via Zoom, joining us, not yet. Okay, we will be joined later on. And last but not least, sitting next to me, His Excellency Mark Regev, Ambassador, Chairman of the Abba Eban Institute for International Diplomacy, the perfect embodiment of a diplomat, formerly the Prime Minister's Senior Advisor for Foreign Affairs and Ambassador himself to the UK, Prime Minister's Advisor and International Spokesperson for nearly a decade, right? If anyone knows how things work, it's Mr. Regev. So thank you all very much for being with us here today. Similarly to the previous panel, we will begin with this quick fire round of personal questions, and then we will open the floor for more interaction and obviously questions from our guests here and joining us via Zoom. Mr. Roysson, if I may begin with you, can you update us on the prospects, if there are any initiatives underway of establishing a caucus for the Abraham Accords in the frameworks of the European Parliament?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking our guest. You're right. I should be looking over there. They told me, and I ignored this plea. Mr. Roysson, please.
No, thank you very much, and thank you very much also for raising this question. You asked me the question: is there a potential for setting up an Abraham Accord caucus in the European Parliament? Well, my answer to this question can be very clear. Yes, there is a potential, and I can assure you that we are working very hard in the European Parliament on creating such a caucus in the European Parliament, together with different colleagues, David Lega, Nicola Beer, for example, who are leading in this initiative for creating a caucus in the European Parliament in relation to the Abraham Accords. I think it's really the right time to act and to become, as EU, more involved in the Abraham Accords. Until now, the EU has been on the sideline. Until now, the EU keeps some distance and do not sound overly enthusiastic. And I think one of the reasons for this reserved attitude is, I think, the fact that some decision makers in the EU has to acknowledge that their narrative is obsolete. And that's not always easy, to acknowledge that your narrative is wrong. Until now, the narrative is that peace in the Arab world is not possible without peace between Israel and the Palestinians. But the Abraham Accords has proved that this narrative is really wrong. The Israel-Palestinian conflict is still there, but it is no longer a blockade for negotiations and finding agreements with different Arab countries in the regions. And I think it takes some time before people in the EU are willing to see this new reality. But I see in the EU positive developments. I think positive steps in the right direction. Last week in the Parliament, we adopted a resolution on the two-state solution, and we managed in that text to include, I think, really positive and constructive paragraphs on both on the reassumption of the Association Council, but also on the agreements between Israel and some Arab countries. And I see a lot of colleagues in the Parliament who support a more active participation from the EU in the Abraham Accords. So yes, I see a lot of opportunities for a more active EU. And it's really great that we have this conference today and that you organize this conference. Thanks for that. This is really very helpful also for supporting a more, let's say, active EU in the Abraham Accords.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much,
much.
Mr. Roisan. Obviously, we will touch upon many of the points that you've just made in the second part of our discussion. Thank you for now, sir. Ms. Westerman-Landy, caught in some stormy political times, you established and headed the Israeli Parliament Abraham Accords caucus. What you co-chaired it, rather. What would you say is the most notable achievement or progress that was launched in the frameworks of this caucus?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for the organization by Elnet, which is doing an amazing job. I would begin by saying that it's the first ever parliamentary caucus that was ever established, and I think just in the fact that it exists, is a kind of an acknowledgement, setting down a point, saying this is in fact a reality. Let's work out how we put in content into that fact. And the second thing that I think almost before we even did anything was the fact that it was completely bipartisan, which is a very strange phenomenon for Israeli politics these days, and especially during the government that was in the coalition until now, actually, just before the change will take place. I was the representative co-chair from the coalition, and there was a representative from the Likud party representing the opposition, and that was exactly the way it should have been, in my humble opinion, because this is to make the point that the Abraham Accords are anything but political. They are not affiliated with any party. They are not left, they're not right. I'm very happy and very proud to say, even though I do not belong to that political camp, that Netanyahu was leading this initiative to begin with, and there was a lot of mistrust, and I'm saying it gently, amidst politicians on the other side of the ocean in the US regarding whether to be involved, not to be involved, and yet they decided and they understood that this is, as you called it, a tectonic change in the region. There was no way they could not be involved because this is no small thing. Yes, it's a government-to-government agreement. It's a government-to-government step, and there's a huge and very long way to go, people-to-people-wise. And I'm a teeny bit concerned about that. We need to put a lot of effort into that, and that is actually what we put, I would say, most energy into, trying to create platforms. The Knesset is not a business forum, but to bring people together, whether they're from the economic sector, from the NGO sector, from the young people sector, and open doors as much as possible. And yet, I said this is yet to be strengthened in the people-to-people sense, but even the government-to-government agreement is huge. It's game-changing. It's really the breaking down of the iron wall, in my humble opinion, nothing less. And I would like to say that as someone who served in an Arab country, I felt, saw, heard, breathed the difference between that potential and what has happened between Israel and Egypt, where I served for 3 years as a diplomat. There's no comparison. It even consolidated and fortified what had happened since then between Israel and Egypt. It sort of took the onus off of other countries to be able to say more openly, less apologetically, we have a peace agreement with Israel, and there have been far more operative results in the Egyptian arena, although there's a very long way to still go as far as the syllabus is concerned, as far as people's minds and hearts are concerned. Yeah. So I feel that creating a caucus could not be ignored by the change of government in the US, and thus I also answer our previous speaker from Europe by also saying that to me it's incomprehensible to have, as you yourself had said, of course, Europe ignoring this tectonic change. Just if we consider the economic aspect, it's more than enough to bring it to not only be interested, but to have a foot and an arm inside this. But also in the terms of geostrategic impact, in terms of the issues that we see today vis-a-vis Iran, vis-a-vis issues pertaining to energy issues. We need to stand together here, and the Abraham Accords is just the beginning of that platform. That's what we try to bring across in a very prestigious kind of setting that gave it the leverage that it needed to be given.
Yes, and in two very partisan political climates, let it be in the U.S. or here in Israel, the Abraham Accords transcends any political differences, and very evident, that's for certain. And echoing what we just heard from Ms. Wasserman-Landy, Professor Shane, our previous panel discussed the business side of the Accords, the potential there, and it seems that the EU altogether, but also individual European countries are either missing the true potential here, or just missing the opportunity to hop on the Abraham Accords wagon, so to speak. You chaired the delegation for relations with the EU. What was achieved in terms of the cooperation with the EU in relation to the Abraham Accords?
First of all, thank you to all the organizers, of course, and all the participants. And it's nice to see you both again here. We have been seeing each other a lot in the past year and a half. And indeed, there has been some very intimate relations that we have managed to create and work out. because of the shifts that are taking place in the Middle East, but also because of the character of the former government. And one should not underestimate the character of the former government in terms of its approach to the EU. I would say it gingerly, and I would warn, because it's worth warning. The Abraham Accords, of course, in and of themselves, as was mentioned here, are tectonic shifts and should be embellished, should be worked out, and should be, of course, widened as much as possible to open gates to lots of things in Israel's diplomacy, undoubtedly. But there's always a two-level game, as we know, domestic and international. And they are interconnected in Israel, they are interconnected in terms of the Europeans. We opened our hearts also to listen to the Europeans. Doesn't mean to accept what Europeans said, but we broadened our relations. The trips to Brussels, the coming here, have really enabled us to make new friends. The approach of Israel to the EU, that also led to the renewal of the association, has been different. If it will be seen, and I warn here, by some in Jerusalem again, that Europe are the enemy, so to speak, or the nemesis of Israel, as we see already written by some forces in the Israeli extreme right, we are not going to be looked good in Europe, and I don't think that European needs sort of like excuses. Many in Europe are not welcoming Israel, and those like Bert and others, and all our Tono and all our friends really opened doors for us. When I come to Brussels, the doors were open for the first time, and certainly the shifts in the Middle East and the Abraham Accord had a lot to do with it. Sort of like the realization that it's not, as you suggested, the Arab-Israeli conflict, the Arab-Palestinian conflict. There's something else there. But there are other issues. We share with European lots of also values in many ways, but we also share very troubled history. We also share kind of like rough relations over the years. What I'm saying is that it's not enough to isolate the Abraham Accord as what we call in political science a variable. So say, okay, leave everything else, as if it's now kind of riding the wave of a bipartisan, as was described by my colleague. Needs to work. And this is tremendous diplomatic work it takes, because we are broadening the caucus of our friends in Europe, but there's also many outstanding issues, and also our enemies are working on the other sides. And one should not underestimate the efforts which are going on the other side. So what I'm saying is that indeed the Abraham Accord opened the gates. Also, there are many other issues that probably were discussed here. I think that the Europeans were awakened to a new reality after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This was the #1 issue on the agenda when we traveled to Brussels. And it's clear to the Europeans that lots of things have happened. Of course, their approach to Iran have shifted dramatically, especially in light of the relation between the Iranians and the Russians. But with Israel, and we had a beautiful visit, which I was very happy to be one of the facilitators of the visit of the president of the European Parliament here. Lots of good things have happened. But we must also hammer the relations, that we understand each other. There are like lots of forces in the European parliaments. We're talking about over 700 members.
Yeah.
So and also the other European institutions. So to make it clear, we should continue with this. We should take an approach which will be a positive approach. The reason I made my comment was because I saw some very harsh comments about kind of poo-pooing the EU recently in the magazine Midah and others. I think people should be careful in their words, and I call on everybody in Israel's diplomacy and so on to think also about how to envision these new relations. Abraham Accords, important, but not only, and we will hear probably from Ambassador Regev, who knows this stuff as well, that we need to really work on all sides, continuously working on diplomacy. Final word I will say here.
Please.
Anyone who thinks in terms of friends and foe constantly,
and kind of blocking the minds that you can talk to people in Europe is mistaken. Lots of people in Europe that I spoke with in the last year and a half are ready to listen also. And this openness of listening means that there is also, we are also have to listen. Doesn't mean that you have to accept, doesn't mean you have to listen. This will lead to really some diplomatic exchanges that we haven't seen, and the opportunities now are much greater because also in the changes, and even Borrell and others who are sort of like on the other side supposed to be, are listening. So keep in mind that there are people who are listening, and we should also listen. Doesn't mean listen to accept, but listen is a new kind of like mode of diplomacy that we didn't have before.
And this openness to listen is perhaps also in part due to this challenging of the notion of this one-size-fits-all foreign policy among Europeans, and we will dive further into that.
Absolutely, and I said enough, but I'm saying I think, and it's not just because I was on this part of the aisle. I'm no longer in politics right now, but I'm telling you, I think we had very attentive year.
He said in relief.
Right? No. I think we really had an attentive ear of the former government or the outgoing government to this issue.
Thank you, Professor Shaina, very much for this. Last but definitely not least, Ambassador Regev. Well, I would like to begin with a specific outlook, one out of many that you will be contributing to our conversation. If anyone can bring up a fight to the turbulent Israeli political sphere, the Brits, right? And in this respect, it's no secret that Downing Street and the Foreign Office do not always see eye to eye when it comes to foreign policy. That's perhaps the mildest phrasing. When it comes to the Abraham Accords, do you identify any differences between, again, the view from Downing and the one from the Foreign Office?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and thanks for Elnet. You do a wonderful job. The British inadvertently played a crucial role in the Abraham Accords. They didn't know they were helping us in the Gulf to move together, but they did so. There was a vote in the Parliament in 2013. Then Prime Minister David Cameron brought a proposal that the United Kingdom should join with the United States and take action, military action against Syria, because President Assad had just once again used chemical weapons against his own civilian population. And President Obama in London and Cameron in Obama in Washington and Cameron in London had said that this is a red line, and if he uses chemical weapons yet again against his own people, there will be consequences. And Cameron brings this proposal of the government to the Parliament, and he loses the vote, famously. Loses the vote. And Cameron has to ring up Obama and say, I can't be part of any sort of coalition against Assad. And of course, Obama followed suit. And in the end, though there was a red line on the table, the Americans went for a non-military solution. They went for a diplomatic solution that I remember at the time Prime Minister Netanyahu praised the solution. The idea was the Russians came in and took the chemical stockpiles. In the end, they were supposed to take it all, and there was some left in Syria. It was, like a lot of things in diplomacy, there were promises made and they weren't totally fulfilled. Having said all that, why is this important for the Abraham Accords? You have across the Gulf, across all 6 GCC countries, you have a historic dependence on Western security guarantees. These countries looked at the first Gulf War, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and they saw the coalition that was assembled by George Bush Sr., and that country received its independence and national freedom once again because of American military intervention. And all these countries, they buy a lot of expensive Western hardware, they are improving their military forces, but all of them know that they are smaller countries in a dangerous neighborhood. It's not only Israel that lives in a dangerous neighborhood. They have some particularly troubling neighbors. Some of them are chronically unstable, others are chronically fanatic. And they know that their ultimate national security guarantee is the West. Yeah. And then over the last 10 years, and I talked about one example, the action of the West when Assad used his chemical weapons. They suddenly felt that their insurance, yes, the ultimate insurance that they thought that they had, wasn't as good as they thought it was. Now, this is a small revolution. Once again, these are countries that based their national security doctrine on the idea that they can count on Western protection. And when in 2013 they saw that the West was not willing to stand up to its own commitment vis-à-vis Assad's use of chemical weapons, the penny dropped. Maybe our insurance is not as good as we thought it was. Now, this was just one factor amongst many, because at the same time, you'll recall, Mubarak, there was the famous phone call, and Obama said to Mubarak, it's time for you to go, right?
Yeah.
Now, we in the West understand, how can people in the streets calling for democracy, and here's a man who's been in power for four decades. Of course, the natural thing is you support the people power, supposed, against the strong man, against the dictator. But how is it seen in the Arab world? They saw this has been America's friend for all those years, and suddenly he's in trouble, we can throw him out. I can give you another example. Let's talk about the nuclear deal, the JCPOA. Suddenly America and the West, Britain and the European Union, are cozying up a rapprochement with the Arab world, the Gulf countries, major enemy number one. And so for all these reasons, you have a small, I don't want to say crisis, maybe it's too strong a word, but you have in the way that Arab countries across the Gulf view their national security, and they say, problem. Our insurance isn't as good as we thought it was. And then when your insurance policy isn't good, you look for supplementary insurance. And throughout this same period, you have a parallel phenomena, which is this convergence of interests with Israel. That the countries that bother us, Iran, bother them. That the forces that bother us, extreme Sunni Islam, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda, threatens them, threatens us. We're pro-Western, we're American allies, but we're together. Are we worried about an instability in American foreign policy? Are we worried about neo-isolationism in the United States? And suddenly we discover Israel and the Arabs have a lot to do together. Now, this is very interesting because, as was said by my predecessors, we're talking about countries that are proud Arabs, proud Muslims, and they grew up not liking us. Let's be very frank. They grew up not liking us. But common interests, strategic interests, have brought us together. Now, I would argue that because these interests are still very much there, that the Abraham Accords has an amazing future. Because the unsureness, and we see the current impasse in Saudi-US relations. We saw the visit of Xi in Riyadh just a week ago. The changes, the same questions, the same desire for supplementary insurance that brought us together is still there. And here I would like to say something that's crucial. The Abraham Accords are based on Israeli strength. If the Arab countries in the Gulf didn't see Israel as strong, they wouldn't be seeking us as a partner and ally. No one needs a weak ally. Israel is sought after in the Gulf because we're strong. I was in the Gulf last week. I was in Abu Dhabi last week as a guest of a parallel think tank. My visit is not important. What's important is all the Gulf countries and Morocco, all our Abraham Accords partners, had public visits with photographs and everything of the defense minister, public visits with photographs of the chief of staff of the IDF. They want to advertise the new security relationships. And this is something to think about. This is a small revolution in the Middle East.
This might very well be the starting point. My enemy's enemy is my friend. The entire strategic view, mutual view of Iran. We can just hope that it will, from this point onwards, utilize the momentum to grow further. Because what happens if the enemy is no longer mutual or no longer an enemy?
No, but we are building, in the meantime, we're building avenues of cooperation.
Yeah.
First of all, the enemy is not going to go away so quickly.
Yeah.
We all want to see regime change in Iran, but
persistent.
it's not about to happen, unfortunately, as far as I can see, in the next couple of weeks. Secondly, in the framework of common threats, we're discovering common interests. And on the basis of those common interests, we're building channels of communication and channels of cooperation, which I believe will supersede
Yeah.
the common threats. But the common threats aren't about to go away. I wouldn't bank on them going away.
No, not anytime soon, soon it seems. Okay, we're entering the second phase of our conversation. Please feel free to interact from this point onwards, and we will soon, of course, hear from our audience here. Okay, we do have a new member to our panel, yes, from the German Parliament, correct? Joining us, yes? Okay, not yet. Okay. We will soon be expanding our panel, hopefully, and if not, we're in very much good company right here. So I do want to begin with Washington, because the American intention was to an extent to get out of the Middle Eastern quagmire, but as was said by people greater than myself, I try to get out, but they pull me back in. It seems quite intangible for them to leave the Middle East. With that said, the Europeans do not have this prerogative. They cannot get out. They're stuck, so to speak, quote unquote, here with us in the Middle East. What is it that they do not understand about the change here that we're seeing in the aftermath of the Abraham Accords? How come we haven't seen a more hands-on approach on behalf of the EU altogether and on behalf of European capitals, Mr. Royston? Okay, yeah. Okay, we do. Before we start our conversation, let me introduce member of the German Parliament, Martina Hakverdi, joining us via Zoom. Ms. Hakverdi is well-versed, not just with the Bundestag, but a member since 2013, by the way, representing the Social Democratic Party. He's your man. Everything and anything has to do with Berlin-Washington relations, and this is perhaps the perfect cue to welcome you into our conversation here, as we stopped from the point of what is it that the Europeans are not fully grasping when it comes to the potential of the Abraham Accords aftermath.
Hello, is this a question for me?
Yes, sir, please. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much. I have to apologize for being half an hour late into the session. I'm at home, as you can see, and not in my office. For technical reasons, I have to apologize, but I'm glad I made it at least. Thank you very much for having me here, and kindest regards, and hello to everybody. If the big question, if I understood it correctly, is what we do, we as Germany, but also European member state countries, and maybe the West generally, is doing with the idea of the Abraham Accords. I believe one has to be honest, it was a little bit surprising that such an initiative would actually be taken. So maybe, of course, because of the persons on the side of the Washington side who was part of it. But my impression is that after the first surprise, it's getting more and more into our parliaments, our governments, and also in the population generally, that this is a chance to get in a situation where we haven't gotten so much progress in the past years, to get a step further in very concrete, very concrete steps to improve the situation on the ground economically between countries where it was not always very easy in the past. So yes, I think there was the impression, and that is a correct impression, that it was not very, I would say from the very beginning, regarded as the best idea in the world. But if time passes day by day, more and more people see the opportunity in these accords.
Yes, Professor.
I would just add something here. The intervening variable, if we talk about variables, of course, was the Americans. And whatever the idea was of Israel's strength, which is, of course, an essential idea, as you said, that Israel is strong, that Israel's presence, not only strong militarily and strategically, but economically as well, which we know it's a very important component of the Abraham Accord, technological, and I mean, economically, I mean all of the above. It's always also go through the channels of Washington. The idea that Israel is strong in Washington is a critical idea also. That's why when I in my preliminary remarks, what I'm saying is, the idea is that to keep Washington and Israel in concert is essential also for the Europeans to see, and it's essential for us to see that the Europeans will know how this alliance works.
Can I beg to disagree? Just one point.
Before you disagree, I will complete it.
Just 30 seconds. No.
I met a British professor, and he told me that he always knew what the cogito ergo sum means. I think, therefore I am. And then he said, I met two Israeli students in Britain. And he said, I discovered there is an Israeli cogito and a universal cogito. I said, what's the Israeli cogito? I think, therefore you are wrong.
Can I just say, I'm going to say 30 seconds and I'll get back. At the time of Netanyahu's speech in the Congress in 2015, which people said was a crisis moment in relations between Netanyahu and the Obama administration, we got phone calls from who were later becoming our partners, people saying to him, the fact that you can go to Washington and stand up for your interests, know that you are not just speaking for the Jewish state, you are speaking for us too. So it's a touch more complicated.
Look, everything is more complicated. What I'm saying is, every time you can give another example, what I'm saying is, when you have relations with the United States, when you had like the Trump administration coming to Riyadh and so on, and we opened, this is an additional value, an additional strength for the entire relations, undoubtedly. One should not, the Abraham Accord was not orchestrated by Jerusalem and the Gulf countries only. This is the case. It's not that we kind of like were the only players in this game. That's what I'm saying. It's essential that we will not run into troubles. The Middle East is of course explosive. We thought at the time that after the collapse of ISIS and after the sort of like the quagmire, as you mentioned, in Syria, the Middle East sort of like people saw that we have kind of detoured the Palestinian issue. Many issues were much more essential, and I agree with you. But we know also, we look around here. Something is festering here. One should not underestimate. It's not that the Palestinian issue is coming to the fore back. But if, God forbid, something is coming, you should have to be prepared with the Americans. You should be on the same wavelength. That's what I'm saying. And this is a policy warning in that, because it's also go through the channels of the Europeans. They listen to that. These channels do not disappear. It rather can reappear and surprise many of us. And that's what I'm saying, not anything else. It doesn't take away what you're saying about the strength. On the contrary. But this strength is also part of this equation.
And yes, Ms. Wasserman-Lande here.
No, I think that things have been said, but I happen to agree with Mark. I felt very much in my meetings in the Gulf that there's a very underlying but quite blunt, how should I put it diplomatically, mistrust of a certain camp in the US and a feeling that they cannot be counted upon. This is very strong. We can be very diplomatic and ignore it, but this is very strong. It doesn't mean, in my humble opinion, that Israel can allow itself to not play on both camps. It cannot, in any way. But there is an understanding, or there needs to be an understanding, that there is a growing openness about this distrust amidst Saudi leadership, UAE leadership, and other leaderships. It's there. There is a mistrust of the American administration, which is more liberal and progressive, and it can be that they will have a tad of distrust regarding the Europeans as well. So what? The Europeans have hardcore interests in this partnership. Again, energy, economic, geostrategic. And they have to build the trust, rebuild the trust. But this needs to be taken into account. To ignore it is simply to misunderstand the picture.
So let's take a listen to Mr. Orsana. You're hearing what Ms. Wasserman-Lande is saying here. How can you build trust. Is Mr. Orsan still with us? Yes, please, sir.
Yes. Thank you for this question. How can we build this trust? Well, I think to underline, also in the parliament and also among the discussions between member states, to underline that indeed the EU has also, let's say, big interest in the regions, and that also from an economic point of view, there are a lot of opportunities, also in the interest of the EU, a lot of opportunities for good cooperation, indeed in the field of energy, for example, security, economic development, Israel as startup nation, and so on. And yeah, I realize indeed that the EU was until now, let's say, quite on the sideline, and seeing, let's say, the Abraham Accords just as an initiative from the United States. It was not an initiative from the EU. We were not, let's say, part in that agreement. And I see in the EU also still a big, let's say, focus on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And still is the part, let's say, in the parliament who is saying, well, first we have to solve the conflict with the Palestinians before peace agreements are possible. But that's, I think, an idea that people have to change their mind on that. And we have to realize that also without solving the conflict for the Palestinians, there are a lot of opportunities to work on negotiations and to build indeed on more trust.
Yeah.
It takes time, yes, that's clear, but we are really motivated to do that.
May I add something? I think that Elnet, as an example, as a platform, should consider operatively communicating this message to its friends in the European Parliament in order to take a very proactive step vis-à-vis the European policy towards the Abraham Accords in general. And that when I speak about the Abraham Accords, I'm not speaking about the very focused Sudan, Israel, Morocco, Bahrain, and the UAE, but rather making a much broader corridor, including Azerbaijan and other countries in southern Europe, that would not necessarily be part of an official union, but rather the product of the exact interests that worry and concern Europe now, like energy, geostrategy, and so on.
But that was a key element in Benjamin Netanyahu's divide and conquer policy when it comes to Europe, to identify the commonalities, the joint interests with individual European states, and not just Brussels, which obviously...
I wouldn't call it divide and conquer. I would,
quote unquote.
Yeah. I would
Quote
call
unquote.
it. I think Netanyahu understood that there is Brussels and there's a Europe outside Brussels, and he, Professor Schein, seemed to think it was a wrong calculation. He seemed to think that Brussels was more in the traditional foreign policy establishment, a little more standoffish to Israel, while out in the EU he could find many partners, and he worked with, he worked with groupings. I remember he went to the 3 Baltic states for their regional conference. There was the Cypriot Greece triangle with Israel, and of course there was the Visegrad group, which we worked with. And the idea, and that's in addition to the bilateral relations with Rome, with Berlin, with Paris, with London was then still in the EU when I was history. I apologize. I'd like to say something that I think is I don't want to say it's, our colleague from Holland has said very politely that maybe some people in Europe believe the Abraham Accords is wrong because we should be making peace with the Palestinians and everything else is unimportant. I'm paraphrasing you, I apologize in an undiplomatic way. But I think it's even more than that. I think for some people in Europe, the Palestinians is religion. And I'll give you an example. We can have an incident in Gaza, and I don't know, the number of casualties is in the tens or the dozens or whatever, and you will see massive demonstrations across European capitals against Israel. Yep. How many, I've looked to see the demonstrations now against the Iranian regime and the thousands of people who've been killed since the issue with the young woman and the hijab. You see groups of Iranian exiles. They're out there demonstrating, but you don't see the tens of thousands of people who you can galvanize to demonstrate against Israel. And one has to ask, what is this all about? It's not about human rights, obviously. It's about something else. What is it about Israel and the Palestinian cause that brings Europeans out to the streets in a way that other issues in the Middle East don't? And that's the problem with the Abraham Accords. It doesn't fit into the narrative.
Yeah.
Look, we can go back, and of course, as I said from the beginning, lots of problems with the Europeans. No one underestimated, and I think our friend from Holland knows that, and he's part of this group of Friends of Israel. And he's, as you know. But that is not the only issue here. You can go back, harken back about why the Europeans are supporting the Palestinians, why the Europeans are kind of like supporting this, the most progressive, sometimes anti-Semitic approach, all of the above. Of course, we know the story, but we made headways. And we made headways in Europe because the Europeans were facing something else. Not meant that many of them came to their senses, and not that there are not forces of destruction in Europe. These are all in the same. These are all in the same boat. But nevertheless, they recognized that something else happened. The Abraham Accord was an example of that. That's why we should build on it. I think Netanyahu himself constantly reiterates the point that he wants to enlarge the Abraham Accord to bring Saudi Arabia. This is the jewel of the crown. Once Saudi Arabia is there, the whole thing will change because we have the most important, perhaps, Muslim country in the Arab world. Of course, we all do. But nevertheless, as I said before, and it's not because of our European friends who are supporting us, and some of them are here with us. It's because the Middle East also has, and Israel also has, this bifurcation. We have the issue of the Palestinian that is festering, not because it doesn't matter whether you want a two-state solution or it doesn't matter, but it's festering. The West Bank or the Judea and Samaria, we see the problems right now. And that's why we have to be careful that people will not ride the wave of that kind of challenges to obstruct what is happening. Secondly, and this is what I'm saying, there is the issue in Europe that is related to this kind of alliances. We in Israel, of course, that's why I say it's a two-level game. Domestic affairs and international affairs are interconnected. Israel is, of course, not immune. We have a new government coming. We have issues pertaining to the nature of Israel. Some people will say, you know, whatever happened, it doesn't matter. If Israel changes, if the democratic issue is not going to be the same, if it will have been perceived as more extreme in the minds of some people, we have to pay attention to this, not to be arrogant in that respect. I'm speaking about us. As to the European, the forces in Europe, of course, has to work out lots of other issues. But this is not what should be our concern. Our concern is, of course, enlarge the Abraham Accord, bring the United States with us constantly, notwithstanding the rivalry. And it's not every day Netanyahu will go to Washington, will give a speech, bravado. Okay, bravado, we know bravado. We know also the consequence of bravado after that. And secondly, we have open gates, and these gates should be ajar and should be continued to open them. And this is diplomacy. This is what I call diplomacy.
2 quick points. The first point is the Palestinian track, the moderate Palestinians on the West Bank, I'm not talking about Hamas in Gaza,
I'm talking about Hamas.
Are being led by a man who is, if we can say it's a form of Brezhnevization, right? He's an aged autocrat.
Yes.
The whole system, to expect that there's going to be movement on the Palestinian track anytime, no matter who is prime minister in Israel, is a problem with a capital P.
I did say that.
Okay, and so if people are saying everything is dependent on the Palestinian track, I don't know where they're living.
Eli, I want to make a comment. Sorry, I'm barging in, but I want to just say something. Listen, we can talk about whether the Palestinians are in the center and the core of the issue, or if we can actually, meet with reality, which is, in fact, that there was and is a peace agreement between Israel and Arab states without the fact that we went forward and made peace or that the conflict has been solved.
Yeah.
It is a fact. Whether a lot of people agree with that, I would argue, as we all know, and it's been said, that many Europeans are perhaps unhappy with it. Maybe many of the people on the ground, people-to-people kind of level, are also unhappy about it. But being very operative on the issue, it's almost like, this is hardcore politics. There are issues that one cannot ignore. Cannot ignore.
Yes,
Being arrogant is one end of the room, but it is very possible to promote amazing, proactive, pro-humane initiatives for the entire region, including the Palestinians, by being on board. And that is the purpose, in my opinion, of people like yourselves that understand the importance, that are on board in Europe, including this platform called Elnet, to bring the globe on board, because this is a good phenomenon, notwithstanding the need to move forward, if and when possible, with a bilateral
No
track.
doubt that the paradigm that normalization can only be achieved once peace is achieved and collapsed completely. The question that still remains whether the opposite direction will prove itself to be right. Normalization exists now. Whether it will affect or not the prospects for peace. Believe it or not, we're running out of time, and what better way to conclude our discussion here by welcoming His Excellency, the French Ambassador to Israel, Mr. Eg Danon. I would like first to congratulate you for an amazing demonstration of soccer on behalf of the national team last night. It was truly amazing, so congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. And if I may, a veteran diplomat, not undermining, of course, the importance of your previous roles, but I would dare to say that your mission here in Israel is unique for you yourself as well. So I hope you were able to hear parts of our discussion, and as we are concluding our panel, Ambassador, what would you pinpoint as the main objective of Europe, of France, when it comes to advancing the Abraham Accords and also advancing European interests in this respect? The ambassador is not that interested in what I have to say. The picture is simply frozen. Okay, maybe we can just hear the ambassador. No. Okay.
I wanted to respond to something that Yossi said, which is that Europeans could be unhappy with the election results in Israel. And I would just remind, first of all, that Europeans prefer left-of-center Israeli governments over right-of-center Israeli governments. That I understand. It's the same with the Democratic administration in America. There's no doubt that they were rooting for the side that didn't win. But I think there's also something here that we have to say to the Europeans. If you look, let's say, look to the parties to the right of the Likud in the last election, together, they got 10.5% of the vote. Okay, the populist right, whatever you want to call them. How much does Le Pen get in France? How much does the parties to the populist right get in Scandinavia? What happened in Italy recently? Does Europe have any right, to tell Israel, oh, you're not holding up democratic values?
Who said that?
I'm speaking to Europe, not to you.
But the point is not about Europe. The point is not, again, this is rhetoric. Sheer rhetoric. I'm not talking about Europe. Europe has its own issues. European right and the right in Europe is extreme. It's not our. This is not. We are not running European politics. And they do not preach to us. What I'm saying, I never said the Europeans should preach to us. The only thing is, what I'm saying is, we're talking about how diplomacy is being conducted. This is a subject about diplomacy. It's not a subject about European preaching or we are preaching, no. Having said what we said here, the ambassador is here?
Professor Chen.
Yes.
Okay, we have to wrap up. Yes, okay. Yes, out of time, but definitely not out of passion, obviously. The debate to be continued. And one perhaps food for thought, covering the World Cup, reluctantly, if I may. It was perhaps a bit of a reality check for many Israelis. There was a sense of euphoria in the aftermath of the Accords that all of a sudden they like us a bit more. Perhaps you cannot force peace or normalization. Perhaps the people's connection should take center stage, even in the cynical world of politics and diplomacy. But yeah, that's just a maybe. Thank you very much for the stimulating conversation. Thank you for our European counterparts. You can stay logged in and tune in to the next panel if you want. Your microphones and videos will be off, so feel free to do so. Thank you again, Elnet, for having me. It was an utter pleasure, and thank you, audience. Happy Hanukkah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Goodbye.
you very much, Eli, for this wonderful
Thanks a lot.
moderation of these two very interesting panel. Thank you to our speakers. Since the beginning of this afternoon, we were really lucky to have you all. It was really amazing and very interesting. And now we're going to move to the concluding remarks for this Abraham Accord afternoon here in Jerusalem in the Menachem Begin Center. So we are lucky to have some of our guests that will be here in person and others through Zoom. So we're going to move immediately to the first one with Congressman Brad Schneider. He is online with us. We saw him a few minutes ago. So Mr. Schneider, if you are with us, Mr. Brad Schneider is the U.S. representative for Illinois 10th District, co-chair of the Abraham Accord Caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives. So, Mr. Brad Schneider, are you with us?
I'm here if you can hear me, but
yes,
my video's been disabled. I think I'm all set.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Mr. Schneider. So,
hi, how are you?
We are very happy to have you with us today for the concluding remark. And I would like to ask you, what initiative has the caucus undertaken? Where do you see a role for Europe in developing the Abraham Accord together with the US?
Great, thank you. First, it's a privilege to be here. Let me wish everyone happy Hanukkah who's celebrating. Those who are going to celebrate Christmas later on, Merry Christmas. But the House of Representatives and the Senate both together have created, as you mentioned, an Abraham Accords Caucus. The initial idea was to celebrate the achievement of the Accords, first Accords between Israel and the Arab state, a generation, but it's taken on significantly greater impact, or have had significantly greater impact. Among things that we're planning, for example, is a congressional delegation to the Abraham Accord countries. We have many people who have expressed interest. And in that interest is also a number of my colleagues. Again, there's 435 members of the House, 100 senators. Many are expressing new interest in the prospects for peace with Israel and her neighbors. And as I heard a bit of the previous conversation, progress towards arrangements and agreements between Israel and the Palestinians. We've also supported efforts from a legislative standpoint. Earlier this year, we passed the Israel Relations Normalization Act, legislation I introduced in the House, colleagues in the Senate. It was ultimately signed by President Biden to support efforts to deepen and both deepen and expand in the Accords. And we are working on legislation that was included in the National Defense Authorization Bill that's on its way to the President for his signature, something called the Defend Act, to try to integrate the missile defense systems of Abraham Accord countries and other allies in the region to increase security and cooperation. The bottom line is that the Abraham Accords opens up the door to an opportunity for normalization, new opportunities for collaboration, and ultimately the goal of security and peace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schneider. You are very inspiring for all of us, and we expect to have more caucus about the Abraham Accord here in Europe, and perhaps in the European Parliament, and also in different parliament of the national country. Thank you very much, and we hope seeing you again and very soon in the US. We're going to move to our next speaker for the concluding remarks, Mr. David Schenker, who is the former Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, Director of the Arab Policy Program in the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Yes, you are with us, David Schenker. So I would like to ask you, under President Biden's last 2 years, how does the administration intend to reinforce the Abraham Accord, and what's next for the troubled decades-long U.S.-Saudi partnership? You have the floor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Can you hear me?
Very good.
Great. Listen, the Biden administration has come quite a ways in terms of embracing the Abraham Accords. I think early on in the administration, the White House appears to have issued guidance, actually, to not use the actual term Abraham Accords. But since then, the administration has embraced the series of agreements forged by the previous administration. They talk about the Abraham Accords all the time. They haven't had much success in enlarging the membership of the Accords or in convincing other predominantly Muslim population states to normalize with Israel. Mauritania, for example, is a good example of a good candidate for the Abraham Accords. Mauritania recognizes Israel and their unofficial interest sections in the state's capitals, but it's unclear that any progress has been made on this front over the past 2 years. President Biden did reportedly attempt to bring an Israeli official with him on his flight from Israel to Saudi Arabia this past summer. That didn't happen, although during Biden's otherwise inauspicious trip to Saudi, it was announced that Saudi would open its airspace to Israeli civilian aircraft. Most of the Biden administration's focus so far, and I suspect for the focus for the next 2 years of consolidating the Abraham Accords will be in the strategic realm. It's been widely reported that CENTCOM has been convening a series of meetings with senior military officials in the region to discuss the Iranian threat and how to operationalize a shared air picture with an eye toward integrating regional missile defense. This initiative includes peace partners Jordan, Egypt, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and reportedly other states in the region amenable to the effort, including Saudi Arabia. At present, this initiative is on hold. The Biden administration has reportedly frozen CENTCOM meetings. These meetings in the aftermath of the OPEC Plus announcement a few months back that OPEC would be cutting oil production by 2 million barrels per day. The decision infuriated the Biden administration, which announced it would be conducting a policy review of U.S.-Saudi relations, which brings me to the question of U.S.-Saudi relations, which have been, let's say they've reached a nadir during the Biden administration. The deterioration of relations was an intentional policy of the Biden administration. For 2 years, the administration disparaged Saudi Crown Prince, attempting to peripheralize the likely future king of Saudi Arabia. The insulting rhetoric, the limitations on weapons sales, the Herculean efforts to return to the JCPOA, and the demonization in general of fossil fuel producers had an impact. And Biden's visit did little to reverse the damage. The problem isn't just the administration's approach, it's that Saudi, under Mohammed bin Salman, is an increasingly confident actor both domestically and internationally. And this coincides with increasing concerns in the Gulf about the credibility of U.S. security guarantees. Saudi wants to expand relations with Washington, but Saudi Arabia is no longer the junior partner in the relationship it once was. China is the kingdom's leading trade partner, and cooperation with the Middle Kingdom comes without strings attached. The multipolar world is complicated, but Riyadh is under no illusions that Beijing will ever help protect the kingdom. China is not going to replace the U.S. as a security guarantor in the Gulf. under the Biden administration, bilateral challenges, I think, have been personalized. And I think Washington and Riyadh can move past it, but it's going to take some time. Absent some sort of recalibration in the U.S.-Saudi relationship, however, in the longer term, things will not improve. As for Saudi becoming an Abraham Accord country, I don't think it will happen anytime soon. You may have some elements of normalization. All of Israel's peace partners, though, with the exception of Bahrain, have demanded a high price for the United States for normalization with Israel. And Saudi will demand a lot, and it's not clear to me that this administration, or even the next, will be able to deliver because Congress will play a role, and they're not particularly enamored of Saudi Arabia. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schenker. It's very interesting, and it will be food for thought for all of us. And for sure, we will look forward what will happen in the relation between the Abraham Accords country and Saudi Arabia also. We are very fortunate to have with us today for concluding remarks also Mr. Zvi Wafni, who is the diplomatic advisor of the President of the State of Israel, that is celebrating today his anniversary. It's a birthday, so happy birthday, Mr. You will speak from the podium, from here, and just would like to tell you two questions. What has your experience been in the various Arab countries Israel has been normalizing relation with? How has Israel recalibrated its foreign policy following the Abraham Accord? You have the floor.
Well, first of all, you know,
come speak from here.
Okay. First of all, I can share with you the last very exciting year and a half, which I had the good fortune to be part of, as part of President Herzog's team. And you know, diplomats have tended to develop kind of irony about life and about the region, about the issues they're dealing with. But standing in the middle of this amazing palace in Abu Dhabi for the first historical visit with President Herzog, and hearing the tikva being played in such a beautiful and very, very accurate way, when the two leaders came together, this was a moment in which you said, I have to leave this irony aside because this is history in the making. We have a similar moment very recently when we went to Bahrain for the first ever visit of the President of Israel in Bahrain. Again, a moment that cannot be forgotten. But the same effect, the same impact is existing also in all those things that are actually the daily routine of the Abraham Accord. The simple fact, you know, that following our visit, for example, in Bahrain, we flew over to the Emirate, which is not far away, just in order to participate in conference about space. Because we are friends, because we are close, because Israel has something to say about space. So this was another moment in which it wasn't the glorious ceremony, but it's actually the fact that we are celebrating the day-to-day routine of those good relations. Everybody mentioned it before, and I'm going to say it again, although it doesn't, you know, the fact that everybody said it doesn't make it less true. This is a change of paradigm. This is a meeting of friends or people have a potential to become friends because they are sharing the same neighborhood. This is the moment, I think, for us Israelis, in which we moved from a feeling that we are surrounded by animosity, that we are alone on the top of a hill, to developing very, very quickly sense of neighborhood. And I would say very simply that when we host ambassadors from all Arab countries, including Jordan, Egypt, and the Abraham Accord, the immediate contact between us and them is so natural, make perfect sense, and touches on this very closeness of mentality that we have with the nations around us. This does not mean that the conflict is the other conflict or the main conflict that we have with the Palestinians is solved. No. It doesn't mean that this is the middle of the road, it's the beginning. It doesn't mean that the hard work and sensitivities are not there underneath, but it means that it's possible. That if we open it for this kind of a discussion, this can really happen. And the pace, just look at the pace of how quickly businesses are developing, how numbers are jumping from one month to another, from 1 year to another of cooperation, of business that we are making together. So the potential is so very much there. Beyond that, I think, you know, it gives us hope from one side, but the sense of responsibility. If it could be done, it should be done, whatever is missing. The two layers are, of course, having other countries joining in on this Abraham Accord. Second, I would say 3 layers. Second is never forgetting that we need, and we hope, I think, to see the Palestinians somehow incorporated into this kind of accord. And the third is for the rest of the world to start to look at the region differently. And this, I think, is very relevant to Europe. Europe, in many, not all of Europe, but many parts of Europe are stuck in the 90s, unable to come over and adapt to the new reality. Things are happening, interesting things, and I think the European involvement is actually important. I think that in spite of a lot of tension on this issue, the European involvement is important. But it has to come after full adjustment to the new reality of our time, which is represented by the Abraham Accord. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's time to have our very official guest. Minister Isawi Frej is the Israeli Minister of Regional Cooperation for a few days, few hours.
I thought it's just...
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So, but we are very lucky to have you today because of your experience and the work that you did all these years. And I would like to give you the floor and asking you what has been achieved in terms of regional cooperation under your leadership, including in the context of Abraham Accords, and you have 5 minutes.
Only 5 minutes.
Or a little bit more.
7 minutes.
Take your time.
No, it's okay. 5 7 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. I'm not like Zeev about my English, but I try to explain myself and give you the idea that I believe in my simple English. First of all, thank you for your invitation. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, to know you, to be close to you. First of all, I hope that the days that we have the next week will be so quickly that to finish our position in the government, because in the 1st of November, when after the election, all of us thought that we need just 1 week, and immediately the future Prime Minister will have government just for 1 week. Now we are 2 months. Believe me, it's the 2 months that I live it. I feel that. How I can, no explanation for me for this 2 months, because there is nothing to do, just wait, and it's very difficult to wait. Now to our subject, Abraham Accord. I would like to take this 5 minutes to say to you that it's a huge opportunity for the region and for the world that we have this agreement. It was like a dream for us 4 or 5 years ago, and suddenly we have it. 4 Arab states signed agreement with Israel in spite the Palestinian issue, and nothing is changed. Nothing is changed. Now we shall ask ourselves, what is the purpose, the goals of this agreement in the short time and in the long time? And let us be clear with ourselves, and we have experience with the Egyptians, with the Jordanians. With the Jordanians we have agreement since 1993, I think. With the Egyptian, 1979. Yeah. And with the Emirates and Bahrain and Morocco, we have just now. Which kind of vision, of a future, of agreement we would like to see after more than 50 years, when we signed the agreement with the Egyptian? What is the change that happened since 1999 until now. Which kind of change? This is the question that I ask. I an Israeli man, an Arab man, ask myself. We have quite security agreement, secure agreement, just quiet. Sometimes we have goods trade market between us, no tourism. The social media of the Egyptian, of the Jordanian, still no one except the other, still with the hatred. And now we come to the Abraham Accord. When I have my position to be in this position to be regional cooperation minister, first of all, general cooperation, I need to work with the Arabs, with the states surround us. Emirates, Jordan, Egypt, Bahrain, Morocco, these countries. I try to, I am an Arab, it's easy for me to connect with them. I know the language. I read the newspaper from Jordan, I know what's happened there. The same culture, the same language, everything we have the same. It will be easy for me. I believe inside of myself, this is the good step that the last government did for the region. I believe in it. I started. It was difficult to develop this relationship with the Egyptian, with the Jordanians, but easier with the Emirates, with the Moroccanian, with Bahrain. Easier. It's depends. With the Moroccanians, Morocco, they want us. They want to strengthen the relationship between people and people with Morocco and Israel. I spend a lot of my time with Morocco, how to improve, how to advance many kind of activity with the Moroccanian, and we success. They want to have a lot of things, especially the culture. This is the way how to look to this relationship. Because if you, our relationship with all the Arab countries here, economic side, security side, and tourism. And this three aspects, it's easy. We have a good things to do with them. But in the culture, people to people, this is the things that will be the things that we can say if we success in this or not. The culture, how the people will accept us there. Because this agreement, it's nice, state to state, companies to companies, but what about people to people? My conclusion in this case is, I'm sorry to say that, but it's the fact. Without the Palestinian issue, we cannot reach the dream that we think about. I'm sorry to say that. This is the fact. Everywhere I go, I speak with people, with ministers in Bahrain, in Morocco, all of them, in the rooms there. They said to me, we want to be there. Our interest to be there. It's a win-win situation for us. But what about the Palestinians? What about the Palestinians? What about the Palestinians? Everywhere, they're nice to speak many things inside the room, under the tables, just under the, not above the table, all of them ask me, what about the Palestinian issue? This is the issue that if we try to find something to give vision and new things, to have something there, I think that we will reach our purpose, our dream, to have a good peace with all these Arab states. Because the Emirates, Bahrain, and Saudi, and Qatar, and all of them, they want us, they want to be part of this large peace. But the Palestinians everywhere. Now, if you, for example, in the World Cup in Qatar, what happened? The journalists, our journalists there, they go, we are from Israel with Qatar and the World Cup. It's nice to be there. And you can see the Palestinian flag everywhere, and you can see many hatred here and here. It's not nice. This is my conclusion. I think in the same things that the Palestinian also made a mistake not to be part of Abraham Accords. I say it, I'm sorry to say that, it's a fact. Because before that, imagine, for 12 years, there is nothing here, no one speak about peace. In the Arabs, in Arabic, there is a saying. I say it in Arabic and Hebrew and in English. May all of you understand it. I stay with في الحركة بركة. يش برخاء. Blessing is in movement. With movement, when things movement, there is blessing. The water, if it's still water, stability water, no movement, will be there warm, something like that. Movement. Suddenly, after 12 years, there is peace movement in the region. Something start to move. Be part of this movement. Be part of this wave. And try to let this wave to be in your side. This is the Palestinian mistake. I hope. Abraham Accords, it's a huge agreement. It's good agreement. I believe it will stay like the Egyptian and the Jordanian. Stay after many challenges. But we have the opportunity, which road, where to go. To be like the Egyptian and the Jordanian after 50 years standing in the same place, or to be something who change all the region. This is the question. That's why we need the Palestinian to be part of the next step. I hope that we are in a new era now, a new government. Our government, we cannot do it. We cannot do it. I want to believe that the reality stronger than the future minister Ben-Gvir or Smotrich. The reality will defend them, because all people here, Arabs, Jews, all the countries, they want to live. And you can speak, just imagine many things, but in the reality, I am finished. And, there, because you are not comfortable. In the reality, the reality is stronger than Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. I know them well. They can speak loudly, but the countries here in the Middle East, all of them want to be together, want to be in peace and openly, inshallah. For me, my next step after finish my position here in the ministry will be, I will be full-time job there. How to bring Arabs and Jews to be together. How to bring them together? Because they must know each other. They must meet face to face each other. When they meet, believe me, everything will be changed, because all of us here, human beings, all of us want to live in safety and prosperity. I believe this is the way. All my time there, no business, nothing, just how to bring them together. Thank you very much.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. As I said to Anne Baer, you are invited to come to Paris whenever you want to speak with our people there. You have a lot to say. And as you said, we also expect that the Palestinians will take the opportunity to be part of the Abraham Accord. Will come the day when they will decide to raise their flag, to build their own countries and not to destroy another one. And this time, we will be here and we will be there and here to welcome them and to engage a peace process, a real one, when the people with their heart will decide to do something good. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We are very happy to have you with us today. Our next guest speaker for concluding remark is Mr. Andrea Pontiroli, Deputy Head of Mission, Head of the Political Press and Information Section. What a title. Delegation of the European Union to Israel. And I would like to ask you two questions. How is the EU viewing the Abraham Accords, and how is the EU integrating this recent development in its Middle East policy? And you have also 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. A bit hard to follow on your speech, Minister. I'll do my best. But thank you very much, first of all, to Elnet for inviting me. Sorry, I can hardly read my note because I've been here since 2 o'clock and I've taken a lot of notes when everybody was speaking. Several of you mentioned the EU, several people mentioned the European Union. Sometimes a tiny bit critically, I might say, but you know, it's interesting. And I try to answer to your question, of course. First of all, I think one point which is important to remind, as the European Union and its member states have warmly welcomed all of Israel's recent normalization agreement with the United Arab Emirates, with Bahrain, with Morocco, and with Sudan. We believe this process is beneficial to all countries involved and is a fundamental step for stabilization of the region as a whole. I think it's also important, and many of you know it, but you know, because you all follow European affairs, but I heard several remarks about the EU and foreign policy. I think it's very important to remember that EU position on foreign policy affairs are agreed unanimously by the 27 member states. Sometimes it takes time because you have to put 27 together. However, and these are important, however, when the Abraham Accords were launched, and every time a new country has joined the Accords, the European Union and its member states were always quick to welcome them each time. So I think this is telling about the importance that we attach to the Abraham Accords. We are now constantly exploring opportunities for regional and trilateral cooperation and joint initiative, opening up new perspectives for business, people, trade, travel, research, the environment, as well in many other areas. Here in Israel, our delegation of the European Union has organized a number of regional climate diplomacy workshops, together with the Paris Center, that has brought together scientists and researchers from all over the region. And this was made possible by the Abraham Accords. The European Union and its member states are committed to a comprehensive and lasting peace for the entire region, and stands ready to work to design together with its regional and international partners. In this regard, we seek to encourage and build upon the recent establishment of diplomatic relations between Israel and a number of Arab countries, with a view to enhancing the prospect to reach a comprehensive settlement in the Middle East peace process. Now, as enthusiastically as we embrace the Abraham Accords, the European Union and its member states believe that they should not come at the expense of efforts to reach an agreement with the Palestinians. Because, again, the European Union and its member states believe that peace between Israel and Palestine is necessary, and we also believe that it's possible. We believe, as you know, that both Israel and Palestinians have the right to live in safety and security, freedom and democracy. This is why we continue to stress the importance of restoring a political horizon towards a two-state solution. As you know, we recently held the European Union-Israel Association Council. It was the first since 2013. And there, the European Union's member states reaffirmed their proposal from 2013 to offer an, and I quote, unprecedented package of political, economic and security support to be developed with Israel and Palestine in context of a final status agreement. We know that such a final status agreement is not imminent, and unfortunately. However, in the meantime, we always call on both sides to demonstrate a genuine commitment to the two-state solution, as we believe it's the only realistic way to end the conflict. This is why the Union's member states strongly oppose the Israeli settlement policy and activities, and we always recall how forced transfer, demolition and confiscation of homes will only risk escalating an already tense environment and threaten the viability of a two-state solution. This position, I have to repeat it, is the position that the European Union and its 27 member states have reiterated last October after the EU Association Council. However, many of you have asked, what are we concretely doing to support the Abraham Accords? I cannot make any announcement, but I think that it's very important I want to say a few things to end. The EU is really willing to support further regional cooperation and joint initiative, including in the framework of the Abraham Accords. And I can tell you that there are now concrete proposals by the European Commission to show support not only in words, but also in deeds. For those of you who are not familiar with how things work in the European Union, what happens is the European Commission make a proposal for concrete actions, so beyond statements to support the Abraham Accords and normalization, and then this proposal must be endorsed by member states. So, I hope that not myself, probably our ambassador, will be able very soon to make an important announcement about concrete deeds and concrete initiatives to support the Abraham Accords and the normalization of Israel with its neighbors. Thank you very much. Toda rabba. And happy Hanukkah to everybody.
So thank you very much. As we say at Telnet, first, Europe is not lost. We can't afford to lose Europe, and we expect that Europe will be more involved in everything that's going on for the good in this region. I don't know if we still have the ambassador of France online. I'm not sure, but whatever he was with us and he had a technical problem. But let's go to our last speaker for these concluding remarks, and our last speaker is Mr. Emmanuel Navon. He's a friend of us. He's the one in charge at the Elnet of the coordination of everything that is related to the program that we are building for the next year and what we build in 2022 also. With Elnet, with the NAC, with Claude Grundmann, with many other actors. And before giving him the floor, I would like to thank all the speakers and to thank all the staff, all the staff of Elnet, Pascaline, other colleagues in all the offices that we have all over Europe for bringing together all the speakers and putting together this wonderful program. So, for your concluding remark, Mr. Navon, you have in 5 minutes the great task to try to summarize and to give us some vision for the future of the action of Elnet for the Abraham Accord. Thank you very much to all of you, and Chag Sameach, Chag Hanukkah Sameach. Toda rabba.
Well, thank you, thank you, Aryeh, and thank you all for being here. I must say it's quite challenging to be the last speaker at such a long event, and even though you gave me 5 minutes, Aryeh, I hold the microphone. I could talk as long as I want now, but I'm not sure people would like it. So, in fact, how to summarize the Abraham Accords in Europe in 5 minutes, I would say that originally the Abraham Accords were dismissed by most European opinion and decision makers as a diplomatic gimmick and a diversion from the Palestinian issue. But I think the turning point in the change of perception from Europe when it comes to the Abraham Accords has been mostly, of course, the war in Ukraine and the energy and food crisis that it has created, as Israel and its Arab partners were building partnerships to improve energy security and food security. And Elnet has been very active and effective in convincing European countries that these partnerships between the Abraham Accord signatories have the potential of helping Europe face its energy and food crisis as the war in Ukraine drags on. And we see those partnerships taking place every day. It has been mentioned by Minister Fredge that those accords have created people-to-people partnerships, and this is indeed different from the, I would say, realpolitik agreements that we have with Egypt and Jordan that did not, in fact, create mostly people-to-people relationships. But it is the case with the Abraham Accords. I can testify, for example, that between Tel Aviv University, my university, and the Mohammed VI University in Morocco, we have partnerships with students coming from Morocco, students from Israel studying there. So we do have a lot of academic partnerships going on. And I think that the role of Elnet in the coming years and other actors in Israel is really going to try and promote triangular projects between Europe, Israel, and the Arab signatories of the Abraham Accords. I would say mostly in energy and food security. We know that when it comes to energy and the need for Europe to guarantee energy security, a few months ago, the president of the European Commission herself, Ursula von der Leyen, came to Israel to sign a natural gas agreement with Israel to export Israeli gas to Europe, and this is being done in partnership with Egypt, thanks to Egypt's liquefaction plants, which allow Israel's natural gas to be exported to Europe. This is a huge project. But also together with not only Cyprus, but also the UAE and Bahrain, there is a huge energy hub here in the Middle East. But also when it comes to Morocco, the Moroccans, by the way, do not consider themselves part of the Abraham Accords because they say we just renewed our relationship with Israel. This is not part of the Abraham Accords. But anyways, Morocco is also a key partner here because it is the world's first producer of phosphates, which is a very critical material for fertilizers. And together with Israeli technology, when it comes to agriculture, there's a lot of potential here to improve crop production for the Europeans. Also, when it comes to energy, Morocco is a leader in solar energy. And here also there are a lot of partnerships taking place. And last but not least, Morocco today sees in Israel a key partner, not only, and it was mentioned during the day, not only to fight jihadists in the Sahel, which is also important. As you know, Iran is very supportive of the Front Polisario in Western Sahara, and it's not by chance that the Moroccans really are very open about their military relationship with Israel. But in addition, Morocco today is not inclined at all to work with France because they very much resent the fact that France refuses to budge on the question of Western Sahara. France refuses to recognize any type of Moroccan sovereignty of Western Sahara. And therefore, the Moroccans are kind of pushing the French aside and are very much willing and are already doing this, bringing Israeli companies not only in security matters, but also when it comes, as I said, to food and energy security. So there's a huge potential here for Europe. And I think that we have a lot of work to do at Elnet and elsewhere in the coming months and coming years to leverage the Abraham Accords for the benefit of Israel's relation with Europe, and hopefully to expand also the Abraham Accords to other regions in the country. And the last point also is that I think that not only is there no contradiction between the Abraham Accords and the Palestinian issue, but I think peace never comes at the expense of peace. So in other words, I think that the signatories of the Abraham Accords themselves, when you talk behind the walls between the Bahrainis and Emiratis and Moroccans, they want to prove and show to the world
that the Palestinians can benefit, at least economically, from partnerships between Israel and the Abraham Accords partners. So I don't think there's any contradiction here. On the contrary, and this is also a message I think we have to convey in Europe. So there's a lot of potential here, a lot of work. Thank you again for Elnet, and good luck to all of us. Thank you.